Chapter 109. It's too late to realize it now. The three of them could not hide the joy on their faces. To be honest, when they found out that the Shen Turtle clan's sacred beast had the custom of returning to its ancestral home for the heavenly tribulation, they were shocked. They did not believe it. After all, the mountain black tortoise had awakened the rare 9th rank bloodline. But luckily, it had followed them. Otherwise, they would have really missed this great fortuitous encounter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them immediately shot out their golden ancient seals and scattered them around the mountain black tortoise. Immediately after, the three ancient golden seals danced in the air and turned into a triangular golden seal. Just you wait. One day, the Shen Turtle clan will destroy the beast-controlling sect. The mountain black tortoise roared with killing intent. You want to destroy the beast-controlling sect? The Shen Turtle clan is not strong enough. That's right. The Shen Turtle clan has the support of the 10,000 demons sea. The beast-controlling sect also has the beast spirit Holy Land. The three of them did not care about the mountain black tortoise's roar. They formed hand seals and controlled the triangular golden seal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a slight vibration, the triangular golden seal flew into the mountain black tortoise's forehead and disappeared. When the 10,000 demons sea gives birth to the king of 10,000 demons, the beast-controlling sect and the beast spirit Holy Land will pay with blood. The mountain black tortoise was in great pain. It struggled and roared, but its eyes gradually became confused. At this moment, the triangular golden seal entered the mountain black tortoise's sea of soul and suppressed its soul. We did it. When they sensed that the mountain black tortoise was completely under their control, the three of them were overjoyed. King of 10,000 demons. Ha, the 10,000 demons sea has been fighting for thousands of years and you still want to give birth to the king of 10,000 demons? Thinking of the mountain black tortoise's roar, the three of them sneered. The 10,000 demons sea was indeed very strong. They were even comparable to the 5 great saints. However, the 10,000 demons were scattered. No matter how strong they were just a group of scattered soldiers. Since the mountain black tortoise can already speak, the transformation lightning tribulation should be over soon. After subduing the mountain black tortoise, the three of them shook their heads and looked at Qin Yu, who was in the thunder tribulation. Even they didn't dare to take the mountain black tortoise's metamorphosis thunder tribulation head-on. Qin Yu had been struck by lightning for so long, yet he was still safe and sound. This made them even more eager to obtain Qin Yu's body-tempering secret technique. Rumble. Finally, after another 2 hours, the tribulation lightning, which was originally filled with heavenly might, gradually disappeared. Who? As the lightning tribulation disappeared, Qin Yu, who was hovering in mid-air, let out a heavy sigh. Within the aura, there was actually a faint fluctuation of fire and lightning. At this time, Qin Yu's skin and flesh were lacerated, and his whole body was charred black. However, there were many mysterious fire and lightning dragon tattoos appearing in the flesh under his skin. After tempering his body with the power of heavenly lightning, Qin Yu's fire thunder dragon physique successfully advanced to the 6th revolution realm. At the 6th revolution, the strength of the physical body would reach 600,000 jin. His vitality would soar to the sky, and he would not fear fire or thunder. Whoosh. At this moment, a slight sound of wind breaking could be heard. Sneak attack. The smile on Qin Yu's face disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows. Dragon Chi appeared and he threw out a punch. Bang! The berserk fist energy exploded, and the true essence energy that was attacking him was scattered. However, a bloody hole appeared on Qin Yu's fist, and blood flowed out. Martial Ancestor Realm. After Qin Yu stopped the bleeding, he looked coldly at the 3 Martial Ancestor Realm cultivators who had launched a sneak attack. Although the 6th Revolution Fire Thunder Dragon physique was strong, it still couldn't block the attack of a Martial Ancestor Realm cultivator. Previously, he could block the heavenly lightning with his physical strength. That was because he had used a special secret technique to disperse the power of the heavenly lightning. If not, Qin Yu would not only be lacerated, but his soul would also be scattered. He blocked it. However, the 3 Martial Ancestor Realm cultivators from the Beast Control sect were extremely shocked. A martial king realm cultivator had blocked their attack with a single punch. Although they only wanted to destroy Qin Yu's dantian and didn't use all their strength. Regardless, they were still martial ancestor realm cultivators. Even if they had held back, their attack power shouldn't have been something that a martial ancestor realm cultivator could block. What exactly was going on? Roar. At that moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded, and the green dragon battling the heavens circled around Qin Yu's body. He held the warping divine spear in his hand and charged forward. Dragon Qi? Martial honorable realm. Is he really from the demon clan? No, this should be a secret technique. Not only is his body tempering secret technique shocking, but he also has such a secret technique to increase his strength. This guy is indeed powerful. The three martial ancestor realm cultivators immediately came to their senses, and the greed in their eyes grew stronger. In addition to their greed, they smiled cruelly when they saw Qin Yu charging forward. Even if Qin Yu increased his strength to martial ancestor realm, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone martial honorable realm cultivators. Qin Yu's actions were completely akin to bringing about his own destruction. Let me do it. The martial ancestor realm cultivator on the left flew into the sky and formed a seal with his hands. A three-tailed cat appeared behind him. This wasn't the power of a bloodline, but a demonic beast spirit. The way of controlling spirits. Qin Yu saw through it and without fear, he stabbed out with his spear. When he stabbed out, a golden light flashed behind Qin Yu and a red dragon shadow appeared, releasing a vast dragon aura. It was the red dragon vein in his body. Boom boom. The three-tailed cat felt the dragon aura of the red dragon shadow and its strength decreased. Qin Yu stabbed out with his spear, and the destructive killing intent exploded. The three-tailed cat was immediately pierced through by the spear radiance. How is this possible? The martial ancestor realm cultivator from the beast controlling sect was in disbelief. His netherworld spiritual cat was also a martial ancestor realm cultivator, but it was pierced through by a martial honorable realm cultivator's spear. Not good. The martial ancestor realm cultivator's face changed drastically, and he immediately flew into the sky. Qin Yu, who had attacked again, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Since you want to die together, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Yu laughed coldly as he stabbed out with his hell-suppressing divine spear. In the next instant, 9 dragon shadow spear radiance intertwined and formed a 9-dragon spear array, covering the 2 martial ancestors from the beast-controlling sect. Boom boom boom. Before the 2 martial ancestors from the beast-controlling sect could attack, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded through the mountain range. It was Qin Yu's 9-dragon spear array. At this moment, it had suddenly exploded. A killing intent that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth wreaked havoc and swept through. What happened? The martial ancestor from the beast-controlling sect, who was about to attack, froze on the spot when he saw his 2 companions die under the destructive killing intent. 2 martial ancestor realm cultivators were killed by a single spear strike from a youth. Ha ha ha, the 6th rank fire lightning dragon body is indeed able to resist the backlash of the heaven punishing array. Looking at the 2 people who had been killed by a single spear strike, Qin Yu swung his right hand and laughed heartily. Previously, he had merged the heaven punishing array into the attack of the hell-suppressing divine spear through his right hand. Thus, the power of the 9-dragon heaven fighting array was raised to such a terrifying level. If not for the fact that the fire lightning dragon body had been refined to the 6th rank, he would have been severely injured by the backlash. Chapter 110. Trying to run. Shrink the ground into an inch. Qin Yu, who was in a good mood, noticed the martial ancestor from the Imperial Beast sect exploding with dragon chi. Immediately, Qin Yu's figure flashed continuously. It was as if he had teleported in the void and caught up with the martial ancestor at lightning speed. Boom. The destructive divine spear stabbed forward and the heaven-punishing killing intent raged. Even though the martial ancestor from the Imperial Beast sect used several martial ancestor beast souls to block it. After being struck by Qin Yu's spear, his soul was still scattered and he was unable to escape the calamity. As the 3 martial ancestors from the Imperial Beast sect died, the triangular golden seal in the mountain black tortoise's sea of soul immediately collapsed. Then, The mountain black tortoise's body emitted a dazzling jade light. When the jade light dissipated, a simple and honest-looking man in a white tortoise shell appeared. The manifestation lightning tribulation was absorbed by Qin Yu, and the mountain black tortoise was naturally able to successfully manifest. Thank you for helping me. After taking the form of the back mountain Yu Shen tortoise, it soared into the sky and bowed to Qin Yu with incomparable respect. Although his cultivation level was higher than Qin Yu's, this bow of his was filled with heartfelt admiration. Qin Yu could be said to have saved his life twice. Firstly, he blocked the manifestation lightning tribulation, and secondly, he killed the martial ancestor from the imperial beast sect. If not, even if he survived the manifestation lightning tribulation, he would have become the beast puppet of the imperial beast sect. It is not easy to cultivate to the manifestation realm. Don't fall into the hands of other martial artists in the future. Qin Yu takes a look at the mountain black tortoise and accepts the salute in an imposing manner. With that, Qin Yu took the Sumeru rings of the three martial ancestors from the imperial beast sect and prepared to leave. Benefactor, this is the black tortoise token of the black tortoise tribe. If you go to the 10,000 Demon Sea in the future, I will repay you for saving my life today. Seeing this, the mountain black tortoise immediately took out a black tortoise token and handed it to Qin Yu. 10,000 Demon Sea? Where is that? Qin Yu looked at the token in his hand, but his attention was on the two words 10,000 Demon Sea. The innumerable Demon Sea is located in the north of the continent. Almost all of the powerful demon clans on the continent live there. The mountain black tortoise said. All the demons. Are there any dragons? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Dragon race? No. In the innumerable Demon Sea, only the Ice Dragon clan has the bloodline of the Dragon clan. The mountain black tortoise said in surprise. Qin Yu was a little disappointed. He waved his hand and flew away. After he refined the heavenly dragon scale, the bloodlines of ordinary dragon clan descendants were already useless to him. Only the blood of a true dragon could continue to be refined by him. The mountain Shen tortoise once again bowed solemnly towards Qin Yu's back, and then quickly left as well. This time, the beast-controlling sect actually dared to make a move on him. This grudge must be avenged when he returned to the innumerable Demon Sea. A few days later, Qin Yu returned to the Zhenwu dynasty and went straight to the Qin family. Although their trip to the Yun family fort this time was fruitful, they had also provoked many enemies. The Zhu family fort and the Unseen Pavilion were both much more powerful than the Zhenwu royal family. The Yun family fort was keeping the Zhu family fort in check. In the short term, they would not do anything to the Qin family. However, the Unseen Pavilion was an assassin organization in the underworld. This time, a peak martial grandmaster had died. They would not let the matter rest. Therefore, after returning, Qin Yu had been staying in the Qin family to cultivate. If the Unseen Pavilion dared to come, Qin Yu would not mind killing a few more martial grandmasters. However, during the time that Qin Yu returned, the Unseen Pavilion did not appear. Half a month later, in the Qin family's house, Qin Yu sat cross-legged and formed the ancient combat dragon Art's cultivation hand seal with both hands. The red dragon vein and the 10 sub-dragon veins allowed Qin Yu's cultivation speed to reach an astonishing level. The dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth surrounded Qin Yu's body and was absorbed through his pores. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached a level that was enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. However, Qin Yu had been suppressing his cultivation level and refining the combat dragon's vital origin. He was breaking through his own limits. Boom. Finally, when the combat dragon's vital origin could no longer be suppressed, Qin Yu naturally broke through to the martial emperor realm. A terrifying aura that was 10 times more powerful than a martial king's was emitted from Qin Yu's body. No one in the younger generation of the Zhenwu royal family could compare to a 16-year-old martial emperor. However, in Qingju or the 5 Great Sacred Grounds, he was not considered outstanding. Of course, it had been less than a year since Qin Yu had awakened. In a year, he had gone from having no cultivation to a martial emperor realm. In this way, he was considered a rare genius even in the mainland. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, Qin Yu did not slack off on his cultivation and continued to cultivate bitterly. Until the Zhenwu royal family sent people over. The 100 Countries battlefield had arrived. Qin Yu told his second uncle to teleport away immediately if there was any danger. He then went to the Imperial Sacred Institute. This time, only 5 people from the Zhenwu royal family were going to participate in the 100 Countries battlefield. Qin Yu, Yun Guxuan, Wu Qinglong, Bai Qingyu and Yun Shi. Among the 5, Qin Yu and Yun Guxuan's cultivation had broken through to the martial emperor realm. However, Qin Yu's aura was heavy and unfathomable. Yun Guxuan's aura was slightly weak. It was obvious that he had not accumulated enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. Wu Qinglong, the third prince of the Zhenwu royal family, was at LV9 martial king realm. Among the princes of the Zhenwu royal family, Wu Qinglong's talent was second only to Wu Xingchen. Now that Wu Xingchen had been killed, Wu Qinglong was the most likely to become the crown prince. Bai Qingyue's cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 martial king realm. The Zhenwu royal family had greatly compensated Bai Qingyu for being kidnapped by the Shui clan. This allowed Bai Qingyue's cultivation to break through a few levels. Yun Shi's cultivation was the weakest. He was only at LV3 martial king realm. This time, he was probably just going to broaden his horizons. This time, Wu Chunyang would personally lead the team to participate in the selection of the 100 Countries battlefield. The 100 Countries battlefield was located in the center of the Qing province and was under the jurisdiction of the province. Therefore, they had to set off in advance. On the back of the flying spiritual beast, Wu Chunyang explained the situation of the 100 Countries battlefield to Qin Yu and the other 4. The 100 Countries battlefield was opened by the lord of the Qing province, the water fairy sacred ground, to select the geniuses of the 100 countries. This was because the 100 Countries battlefield itself was a large relic of a secret realm. Therefore, every time the 100 Countries battlefield opened, many geniuses would lose their lives fighting for treasures. This was also the goal of the water fairy sacred ground. Only the most powerful geniuses who fought their way out of the 100 Countries battlefield could enter the sacred ground to cultivate. In the 100 Countries battlefield, other geniuses were not the only threats. The restrictions in the relic were also a threat. Of course, Wu Chunyang said this to Jiyu Yunxian, Wu Qinglong, and the other 3. Although the incident at the Yun family fort did not spread from the Yun family fort and the Zhu family fort. Wu Chunyang also did not know that Qin Yu's true battle strength was enough to kill a martial ancestor. However, even though this was the case, Wu Chunyang was still extremely confident in Qin Yu. This time, the 100 Countries battlefield should be as simple as playing house to Qin Yu. Thus, Wu Chunyang's words implied that he hoped that Qin Yu would be able to help Wu Qinglong. 2 days later, Qin Yu and the other 5 arrived at the center of the Qing province, where the province lord resided. Along the way, they could see numerous aerial spirit beasts converging toward them from all directions. Of course, those super dynasties had teleportation formations that allowed them to travel directly. Chapter 111. Hey, Wu Chunyang, your Zhenwu dynasty didn't even get 10 spots this time. As Qin Yu and the others got off the flying spiritual beast and walked toward the state capital, they heard a mocking voice. Qin Yu and them turned around to look. They saw a group of people swaggering over. Although the man in the lead looked to be in his 40s, his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The powerful aura that he exuded had reached LV8 martial ancestor realm. Behind the 8th layer martial ancestor realm man were 10 geniuses with prideful expressions, all of whom were martial dominators. Each dynasty only had 10 spots to participate in the 100 Countries battlefield. The cultivation of these 10 people had all reached the martial royal realm. It was obvious that the dynasty that the man in the martial ancestor realm belonged to was much more powerful than the Zhenwu dynasty. Zhao Qihua. Wu Chunyang's face darkened when he saw the man. Wu Qinglong's eyes turned cold and killing intent flashed in them. Zhao Qihua was one of the retired emperors of the Zhenyang dynasty. That was because Wu Chunyang had a grudge against Zhao Qihua. Therefore, the people of the Zhenyang dynasty would target the Zhenwu dynasty in every 100 Countries battlefield. They would target and kill the geniuses after they entered the 100 Countries battlefield. The Zhenyang dynasty was one of the stronger dynasties in Qingju. The geniuses that they sent were much more powerful than the Zhenwu dynasty. The first prince of the Zhenwu dynasty had died at the hands of the Zhenyang dynasty. If not for the fact that there were 3 dynasties between the Zhenyang and Zhenwu dynasties, the Zhenyang dynasty would have attacked the Zhenwu dynasty. The Zhenyang dynasty would have attacked the Zhenwu dynasty a long time ago. Not only are there 5 of them, but there are also 3 who haven't even reached the martial emperor realm. Wu Chunyang, aren't you sending them to their deaths? Zhao Qihua swaggered over, sized up Qin Yu and the other 4 with a glance, and said mockingly, "We don't know who will be the ones sending themselves to their deaths." Wu Chunyang sneered. This time around, with Qin Yu present, he was extremely confident. "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it." Zhao Qihua sneered and looked down on Qin Yu and the others. "Let's go." Wu Chunyang coldly humphed. He did not bother with superfluous words and left with Qin Yu and them. "Listen up. Other than the 2 disciples from the Yun family fort, don't let the other 3 from the Zhenwu dynasty leave the 100 countries battlefield alive." Seeing Wu Chunyang leave with his men, Zhao Qihua smiled contemptuously and ordered in a low voice. "Don't worry. Taking care of those 3 pieces of trash is a piece of cake." The 10 sky prides of the true Sun dynasty smiled cruelly. If not for the grudges between the retired emperors, the Zhenwu dynasty's people would not even be qualified to be their prey. Following behind Wu Chunyang, Qin Yu and the others arrived at the huge square where the geniuses of the Qing province were gathered. Just by looking at these geniuses, one could tell how powerful each dynasty was. The 13 castles of Qingju and the 100 great empires are getting stronger and stronger. Yun Guxuan sized up the surrounding imperial dynasty's geniuses with a serious look in his eyes. Aside from the bottom-ranked dynasties like the Zhenwu dynasty, there were no other dynasties. The mid-tier dynasty's geniuses were comparable to the 13 castles of Qingju. As for the super dynasties, they were far above the 13 castles of Qingju. The reason for such a situation was naturally because the sacred land test was only open to the dynasties. As a result, the geniuses of the 13 castles of Qingju flowed into the martial Dao dynasties. As time passed, the gap between the 2 naturally widened. If this continued, the 13 castles of Qingju would gradually be nibbled away by the various dynasties. "Look, it's the 5 sons of Qingju." Suddenly, an exclamation caused the gazes of everyone in the square to look over. 5 figures with extraordinary auras strode in from the main gate of the governor's mansion. The 5 of them did not even look at the geniuses in the square. They were extremely arrogant. The Qingju governor's mansion would also send out geniuses to participate in the 100 countries battlefield. They were known as the Sons of Qingju. These people were the geniuses that the various factions recommended to the governor. If they passed the governor's test, they could directly enter the sacred land to cultivate. If they were eliminated, they could only enter the sacred land through the selection of the 100 countries battlefield. However, even if they were eliminated, the cultivation of the Sons of Qingju was far superior to that of the geniuses of the 100 great dynasties. This year's Sons of Qingju are all half-step to martial honorables. Shocked voices sounded. Even Wu Chunyang and the other martial grandmasters of the dynasties were shocked. If even half-step to martial honorables were eliminated, wouldn't the geniuses who were sent to the sacred land be true martial honorables? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Wu Chunyang originally thought that no one in the entire Qingju could compare to Qin Yu's talent. However, it seemed that his knowledge was still too limited. Qin Yu did not look at the 5 of them. His mind was filled with thoughts of the ghost demon cave in the 100 countries battlefield. He wondered if the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon was in the ghost demon cave. Dong. As the sound of a bell rang, the square, which was originally filled with whispers, immediately quietened down. A figure then appeared from the governor's mansion. It was a young man in a green robe. However, the aura that he exuded was extremely shocking. Force of heaven and earth, level 8. Qin Yu looked at the governor of Qingju and raised his eyebrows. This person's comprehension of the force of heaven and earth was the highest among all the martial grandmasters that he had met so far. In the future, There was a high possibility that he could comprehend the force of heaven and earth and break through to the Wusheng realm. It seemed that the Narcissus Sacred Land's foundation was quite strong. Apart from those who are entering the 100 countries battlefield, everyone else is to leave. The governor of Qingju looked at the chaotic square and said calmly. Immediately, everyone, be it the emperor of the imperial dynasty or the followers who accompanied them, left the square one after another. The square, which was originally filled with people, became much emptier. Only 1,000 geniuses stood there quietly. All of you are the most outstanding geniuses of your respective dynasties. Therefore, I congratulate all of you in advance for successfully entering the sacred land to cultivate. In the future, you will become a powerhouse of the sacred land. The governor of Qingzhou's calm voice stimulated the 1,000 geniuses in the square and made their blood boil. Entering the sacred land to cultivate could be said to be the dream of these geniuses. Now that they had received the governor's approval, they were naturally very excited. However, the Narcissus Sacred Land is one of the 5 overlords of the mainland. It has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has countless powerhouses. Ordinary geniuses are not qualified to enter at all. Therefore, this 100 countries battlefield is the only chance for all of you to display your talents. I hope that all of you will not be afraid of the danger and give it your all. As the governor of Qingju spoke, he waved his right hand and pieces of assessment tokens landed in front of everyone. Once you enter the 100 countries battlefield, you will be able to see the conditions of passing the 100 countries battlefield. Lastly, I wish all of you good luck. Just as the governor of Qingju finished speaking, the martial grandmasters all landed around the square. The martial grandmasters changed their hand seals continuously and a vast amount of true origin surged into the array patterns beneath their feet. Immediately, a large array pattern array that covered the entire square covered all the geniuses in the square. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As beams of white light shot into the sky, all the geniuses in the square were instantly transported away. Chapter 112. After a brief moment of darkness, Qin Yu came back to his senses. Without opening his eyes, he released his soul power. After confirming that there was no danger around, Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked around. It was a huge wasteland. Bones could be seen everywhere in the wasteland, as well as countless rusted armors and weapons. The air of the wasteland was filled with a tragic killing intent. He was the only one around the wasteland. The others must have been teleported away. Ancient battlefield. Qin Yu looked around and didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. In other words, the 100 countries battlefield should be somewhere in the continent, and it wasn't a secret realm. Dragon Soul, see if there are any 9 abyss hell dragons in this ancient battlefield. Since it wasn't a secret realm, then the Dragon Soul's sensing secret technique wouldn't be suppressed. Immediately, the Dragon Soul controlled the 10,000 poison inky flood dragon and flew into the sky from the Dragon God Ancient Seal. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation spread out in all directions with the Dragon Soul as the center. After a full 15 minutes, the Dragon Soul flew down. Keep going west, there's a strange fluctuation. The Dragon Soul said. Strange fluctuation? I didn't sense the 9 abyss hell dragon's dragon aura. Qin Yu was startled and took out the 2 ancient maps. The ghost demon den was west of the map. How should I put it? It feels like dragon aura, but it doesn't feel like it. It's very strange. The Dragon Soul wasn't very sure this time. Then let's go take a look. After experiencing the Sky Dragon Soul in the Blood Mist Devil Stream and the Sovereign Seal, Qin Yu didn't underestimate this continent as much as before. Since it was strange, he would go see it with his own eyes. When flying west of the battlefield, Qin Yu took out the Prefecture Lord's token. Although the main reason he participated in the 100 Countries tournament was because of the 9 abyss hell dragon. But Qin Yu also wanted to go to the Narcissus Sacred Land. His mother was still imprisoned in the Narcissus Sacred Land. Pouring his true yuan into it, Qin Yu quickly learned the conditions to pass the 100 Countries battlefield. In the 100 Countries battlefield, the Narcissus Sacred Land had placed more than 30 ancient seals. The person who found the ancient seal would be qualified to pass through the 100 Countries battlefield and enter the Holy Land to cultivate. However, no one knew what the ancient seal looked like or where it was kept. Only by obtaining the 10 tokens would he be able to find out where the ancient seals were and what they looked like. More than 1,000 people, but only 30 spots. Heh. Qin Yu put away the token. It was easy to imagine that the 100 countries battlefield would be a bloodbath. However, Qin Yu did not intend to look for the ancient seal. The examination of the 100 countries battlefield would only end after 2 months. This amount of time was more than enough for Qin Yu. When the time was almost up, he would find another genius with an ancient seal and snatch it away. His main goal now was to find the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. Only by finding the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon would Qin Yu have absolute power when he went to the Narcissus Sacred Land. Otherwise, even if he went to the Narcissus Holy Land, Qin Yu would not be able to save his mother. While flying in the void, Qin Yu suddenly sensed something and shifted his body to the side. Almost at the same time, a spiritual arrow shot out like a shadow, and it was silent. Qin Yu lowered his head to look. He saw that on the ground below, in an ancient forest, 3 figures had appeared. True Sun Dynasty. With a glance, Qin Yu recognized them. They were the Sky Prides of True Sun Dynasty that he had seen before. He actually dodged it. The Sky Pride with the longbow was surprised. He's just lucky. He dares to swagger in the air. I'm surprised that he's still alive. The other 2 did not pay much attention to him. He did not even know the basic rules of survival in the 100 countries battlefield. He was obviously a rookie. Swoosh. However, while the 3 of them were talking, Qin Yu directly dove down. His target was them. You're courting death. Seeing this, the 3 of them had mocking looks on their faces. The longbow-wielding Heaven's Chosen once again pulled his longbow to the maximum. 3 spiritual arrows shot out like chasing stars and the moon. This time, the spiritual inscriptions on the 3 arrows glowed faintly and locked onto Qin Yu. Break. Qin Yu casually threw out a punch and the destructive fist force exploded. The 3 spiritual arrows immediately broke into pieces and turned into powder. What? The Sky Pride with the longbow cried out in shock. The other 2 were also shocked. Those were Earth-rank spiritual arrows, although only the tip of the arrow had Earth-rank spiritual inscriptions. However, it shouldn't have been shattered by a martial emperor so easily, right? Boom. Boom. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Qin Yu had already flown over. He threw out 3 consecutive punches and 3 destructive fist radiances flashed through the void. The 3 of them only saw the 3 fist radiances flash by like meteors and their heads exploded. They were killed instantly. After putting away their tokens, Qin Yu glanced at the ancient forest and flew into the sky again. After Qin Yu left, a figure drenched in cold sweat came out of the ancient forest. He killed 3 martial emperors in one move? Where did this guy come from? That person was not from the True Sun Dynasty. He originally wanted to see if there was a chance to launch a sneak attack, but now he was extremely glad that he did not attack. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the 3 headless corpses. 5 days later, Qin Yu flew across half of the 100 countries battlefield and finally arrived at the Ghost Demon Cave. In the past 5 days, more than 10 Sky Prides had tried to launch a sneak attack on him but were killed instead. Because of this, Qin Yu also found the whereabouts of an ancient seal. However, Qin Yu did not look for the ancient seal. Instead, he went all the way to the Ghost Demon Cave. Woo! Woo! The entrance to the Ghost Demon Cave was a huge deep pit. Bursts of ghostly weeping sounds that made one's hair stand on end came from the deep pit. What a strong ghost chi! Qin Yu stood at the edge of the deep pit and looked down. The deep pit was surrounded by pitch-black ghost chi, and he could not see the end of it. No wonder it feels a little strange. It turns out that there are so many dead souls and malicious spirits gathered here. The dragon soul looked and said, "The ghost chi is too strong," so it covered the fluctuations of the dragon chi. Strange, there is ghost chi mixed in with this dragon chi. Qin Yu looked and was slightly puzzled. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's natal super ability is the 9 Serenities Purgatory. It is considered a super ability of the Ghost Dao. The Dragon Soul said, it should be normal for the Dragon Chi to contain Ghost Chi. No, feel it carefully. Is the Ghost Chi of this Dragon Chi stronger than the Dragon Chi? Qin Yu shook his head slightly. It is true. After the dragon soul sensed it carefully, a look of surprise appeared in its eyes. It was as if the ghostly aura was devouring the dragon aura. However, the dragon chi was one of the most powerful forces in the world. The ghost chi should not be able to devour the dragon chi, right? Qin Yu took a step forward and jumped directly into the deep pit. The moment he entered the pit, the creepy ghost cry became even more intense. In the thick ghost cry, blurry ghosts were faintly discernible. However, Qin Yu's blood chi was too strong, and those ghosts did not dare to pounce on him. Chapter 113. Soon, Qin Yu reached the bottom of the pit. 10 black stone passages appeared around him. Qin Yu looked around and entered the black stone passage with the densest dragon chi. Not long after entering the black stone passage, a fork appeared in front of him. The deeper he went, the more forks there were. In the end, the forks intersected with each other like a maze. In every passage, there was the sound of ghosts crying. It echoed continuously, making it difficult to tell the direction. Qin Yu did not stop and went deeper into the passage with the densest dragon chi. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Qin Yu flipped his right hand and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared. The spear pierced through the air and there was a cracking sound. Qin Yu throws out a luminous night stone. A creature that looks like a mole and is entirely pitch black appears. A ghost spirit beast. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and the dragon soul was surprised. The ghost spirit beast was a kind of ghost spirit beast that liked to devour human souls. But the ghost spirit beast was not a creature that was born naturally. It was refined by a malicious spirit. In other words, there was someone who cultivated the ghost spirit beast here. Bang! The true essence exploded and the ghost spirit beast turned into a mist of ghost chi and dissipated in the void. Qin Yu held the long spear and went deeper into the demon cave. The deeper he went, the more ghost spirit beasts Qin Yu encountered. His combat strength also became stronger. He started off as a martial king and martial emperor and gradually approached the level of a martial honorable. As Qin Yu killed the ghost spirit beasts, a scarlet eye lit up in the depths of the ghost demon cave. It was a skinny old man wearing an ancient Daoist robe. A martial emperor? After the old man sensed it, a look of surprise appeared in his scarlet eyes. He was surprised that a martial emperor could kill so many ghost spirit beasts consecutively. It seems that it's time for the 100 countries battlefield to open again. Wisps of ghost chi gathered from the surroundings and turned into a cloud of black mist. A hoarse voice sounded. It's been a long time since I've eaten a fresh soul. This time, I can have a good meal. The scarlet-red old man grinned when he heard this, causing his skeletal face to become even more frightening. Don't be too ostentatious. If the Holy Land discovers our existence, then all our previous efforts will be wasted. The cloud of black mist stirred for a moment before condensing into a black mist figure. Don't worry. Since we're already at such an important juncture, I'll naturally be careful. The scarlet old man stood up and moved his body. A series of cracking sounds came from all over his body. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew by and the scarlet old man disappeared. At this time, Qin Yu, who was killing several ghost spirit beasts in the black stone passage, had a slight change in expression. Cake. Almost at the same time, a heart-palpitating ghostly wail appeared in front of the black stone passage. The surging ghost fog immediately surged forth. In an instant, it had enveloped Qin Yu. Has he finally appeared? With a thought, Qin Yu's body emitted a strong fire-lightning aura. With a sizzling sound, the black mist was incinerated before it could even get close to Qin Yu. Your physical body's chi and blood are actually so shocking. Not bad, it suits the patriarch's taste. A sinister laugh accompanied by the ear-piercing ghostly wails appeared. Playing tricks. Qin Yu did not waste any time and stabbed his spear into the black mist at lightning speed. A huge collision force appeared. Dang! 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 Qin Yu retreated dozens of steps. A row of deep footprints appeared on the black stone floor where his feet landed. However, Qin Yu's attack also caused the scarlet-red old man to reveal his true body. Martial ancestor realm? Qin Yu moved his slightly numb right hand and looked at the scarlet-red old man in surprise. This ghost cultivator's cultivation was actually able to hide from his perception. Such a powerful physical body, the patriarch likes it more and more. It's just right to use it as a new host. Feeling the astonishing strength of Qin Yu's physical body, the scarlet-red old man's sinister smile became even more pronounced. This guy, he's not trying to take over your body, is he? Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul looked at the scarlet-red old man with amusement. Take over my body? A ghost cultivator of the soul Tao? Qin Yu looked at the scarlet-red old man indifferently. A ghost cultivator of the soul Tao used the soul to cultivate the ghost Tao. Qin Yu had encountered this kind of cultivator before. Some of the top experts of the ghost Tao even made Qin Yu and other sovereigns have to go all out. However, this ghost cultivator of the soul Tao was nothing to be afraid of. Kid, obediently hand over your body to the patriarch. The scarlet-red old man laughed strangely and pounced forward with the rolling black mist. Just as he was about to reach Qin Yu, a black and red light appeared from the scarlet-red old man's body. In a flash, the black and red light directly entered Qin Yu's glabella. However, strangely, Qin Yu did not move in the face of the scarlet-red old man's attack. He, what a powerful spirit! Within Qin Yu's soul sea, the scarlet-red light evolved into the scarlet-red old man's appearance, and his strange laughter became even louder. However, in the next moment, as if someone had grabbed his neck, his strange laughter came to an abrupt end. At this moment, within Qin Yu's soul sea, an awe-inspiring giant dragon and a human figure surrounded by a scarlet-red dragon aura quietly appeared in front of him. A mere martial ancestor dares to take over our souls. You must be tired of living. Looking at the scarlet-red old man who was standing there in a daze, the dragon soul grinned. Dragon soul? At this moment, the scarlet-red old man's soul body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and his entire body was cold. Without any hesitation, the scarlet-red old man immediately wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's soul sea immediately turned into a vast starry sky. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have something to ask you. Qin Yu's right hand turned into a 1,000-foot-long dragon claw and grabbed at the scarlet-red old man. Who are you? Why is there a dragon soul in your soul sea? The scarlet-red old man was scared out of his wits and fled in panic. Unfortunately, in Qin Yu's soul sea, there was nowhere for him to run. Oh, you actually recognize the dragon soul. You're quite knowledgeable. Qin Yu laughed. The divine dragon ancient seal shook, and the scarlet-red old man was immediately imprisoned. With a move of his right hand, Qin Yu grabbed the scarlet-red old man. Don't kill me, I can tell you a big secret, a big secret. Feeling the terrifying power emitted by the dragon claw, the scarlet-red old man repeatedly begged for mercy. It's safer for me to see it myself. Qin Yu's 5 fingers tightened, and the scarlet-red old man's soul was directly crushed. Qin Yu's soul force wrapped around the old man's soul source and directly used the soul refining method. Not long after, Qin Yu obtained the scarlet-red old man's memories. Damn it! But after looking through the memories, Qin Yu's face changed, and he immediately rushed into the depths of the ghost demon cave. What's wrong? The dragon soul was puzzled. Qin Yu didn't waste any time and directly threw the scarlet-red old man's memories to the dragon soul. It can't be, right? After seeing the memories, the dragon soul became anxious. In a few breaths of time, Qin Yu rushed into the depths of the ghost demon cave. Roar! Qin Yu, who was about to rush in, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted. Bang! A black fog silhouette that was silently approaching Qin Yu was immediately shattered by Azure Dragon battling the heavens. Chapter 114. Whoosh! But then, the black fog figure immediately reappeared. I'm in a bad mood now. I don't want to die. Get lost. Qin Yu's eyes were even colder. After reading the memories of the Scarlet-Red Elder, Qin Yu also knew the origin of the Ghost Demon Cave. The Scarlet-Red Elder was originally a soul cultivator. The Black Fog figure was an elder of the Narcissus Sacred Ground. The two of them had a great battle in the 100 Countries battlefield. Later, when they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, they both fell into the ghost demon cave. In order to survive, the two of them absorbed ghost chi into their bodies. In the end, the Scarlet Red Elder became a soul cultivator. The elder of the Narcissus sacred ground could only become a ghost. Since then, the two of them could only stop fighting and hide here to cultivate. After all, those who cultivated the ghost Tao were not recognized by the 5 great sacred grounds. By chance, they found a dragon at the end of the ghost demon cave. That dragon was the reason Qin Yu came to the 100 countries battlefield this time, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. For some reason, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon was not only seriously injured, but was also invaded by ghost chi and could not escape. Although he was seriously injured, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's innate dragon power made it impossible for them to get close. The two of them had no choice but to bury the hatchet and work together to set up the Ghost Corpse Array. The Ghost Corpse Array could use ghost chi to transform living beings into ghost corpses. Just like that, after nearly 10 years of the Ghost Corpse Array's invasion, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon had been transformed by 90%. This was also the reason why Qin Yu was so anxious. If the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon completely transformed into a ghost corpse, he would be a living being of the ghost Tao. At that time, the dragon blood would become ghost blood and would be useless to Qin Yu. Who are you? Where is the Shue-Tu old devil? The black fog figure's voice was filled with killing intent and surprise. Since you want to die, I'll send you to see him. Qin Yu attacked again, and the heaven's killing array merged into the hell-suppressing divine spear. Not good. The black fog figure that was about to attack felt a sense of danger and immediately dissipated into ghost chi. Qin Yu stopped attacking and was too lazy to chase after them. He flew into the depths of the tunnel. Soon, Qin Yu reached the end of the ghost demon cave. In front of him was an underground palace that was several thousand feet wide. However, the underground palace had long since collapsed. In the underground palace, there were ancient altars engraved with pitch-black runes. Cold, pale purple ghost chi surrounded the altars. Within those altars, there was a ferocious, pitch-black dragon that was thousands of feet long. A vast dragon's might emanated from the pitch-black dragon. However, within that dragon might, there was a strong corpse ghost chi. 9 Hells Hell Dragon. The dragon's soul's eyes lit up. That black dragon was the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon. 100 Ghosts soul-locking formation. Qin Yu's gaze landed on the 100 altars. The two old men didn't know, but Qin Yu could tell at a glance that there were 100 altars. No wonder the 9 Abyss Hell Dragon couldn't leave the ghost demon cave. It turned out that someone had sacrificed 100 ghosts to lock the dragon soul in this underground palace. Who did this? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. The old man was a ghost cultivator of the soul Tao, and the black fog figure was a ghost. The two of them would be sacrificed if they got close to the 100 ghost soul locking formation, let alone set it up. Then who was the person who set up this 100 ghost soul lock formation and locked the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon here? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the black fog figure that had escaped discovered Qin Yu's intention and immediately chased after him. As soon as the corpse ghost grand array was activated, an incomparably dense and gloomy ghost energy rushed towards Qin Yu like a tidal wave. A black light appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. The ghost eye of destruction trembled slightly and mysterious ghostly runes appeared. Immediately, a shocking scene appeared. The ghostly energy rushing toward him was instantly absorbed by the ghost eye. Crack. A cracking sound rang out as the grand corpse ghost formation that had been engraved in the surroundings collapsed. How can this be? The black fog figure was revealed and exclaimed in shock. Swoosh. Qin Yu's eyes flashed, and a pitch-black light fell on the black fog figure and sealed it in the ghost eye. The ghost eye of destruction could break all techniques and seal all spirits. The black fog figure was a ghost, so it was perfectly restrained by the ghost eye of destruction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, the ghost eye of destruction trembled even more, and all the ghostly energy in the entire ghost demon cave was sucked in. For a moment, the entire ghost demon cave was crying and countless ghosts dissipated into ghostly energy. As the pure ghostly energy was absorbed, the ghostly runes of the ghost eye of destruction became brighter. Roar. Just as the dragon soul was wondering why Qin Yu was absorbing the ghostly energy, it suddenly heard a deafening roar. In the next moment, the entire ghost demon cave trembled non-stop. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the underground palace, as if a giant beast had awakened. There is indeed an even more powerful ghost hidden here. Qin Yu was not surprised, and the speed at which he absorbed the ghostly energy increased. Rumble. Somewhere in the underground palace, a loud sound rang out, accompanied by a cloud of dust, and a white figure appeared. It was a skeleton man that was about 10 feet tall. The skeleton man was holding a huge bone knife, and there were faint black ghostly runes revolving around it. 2 green flames in the skeleton's eyes were like pupils, staring at Qin Yu. Ghost runes. Ghost King. The dragon soul could not help but exclaim when it saw the skeleton man. One should know that even the weakest Ghost King was at the martial god realm, but after exclaiming, the dragon soul immediately saw through the skeleton man. The Ghost King's ghostly energy was weak, and there were cracks all over its ghostly runes. It was obvious that something was wrong with it. Interesting. Qin Yu took a glance at the skeleton Ghost King and smiled. What's interesting? The dragon soul asked curiously. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King both have contract soul seals. Qin Yu said. Contract soul seals? That means. The dragon soul was stunned. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King were once contract creatures. What was a contract creature? To put it bluntly, it was similar to a spiritual pet. However, the contract creature and the host were equals, not master and servant. Since the 2 of them appeared here, wouldn't their hosts be here too? The dragon soul immediately sensed, but other than the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King, it did not find anything else. Roar. At this moment, the skeleton Ghost King roared, holding the huge bone knife, and slashed out fiercely. The bone knife was accompanied by ghostly energy, and it was like a giant mountain that was thousands of feet tall. It was enough to shatter the sky. Fortunately, it's only at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. The dragon soul heaved a sigh of relief. Heaven Punishment Array. 9 dragons battle the heavens. Seeing this, Qin Yu did not retreat. He used the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens and the Heaven Punishment Array at the same time, and stabbed out fiercely. Clang. The bone knife and the spear collided in mid-air, and an extremely terrifying destructive shockwave exploded. Deng deng deng. The ghostly runes on the skeleton Ghost King's body trembled, and its tall body was forced back dozens of steps. Bang! Qin Yu's body trembled, and he was sent flying, crashing deeply into the stone wall. This guy's toughness is comparable to a heaven-class spiritual weapon. True energy vibrated, and Qin Yu shattered the stone wall, and he stepped out. Chapter 115. It is comparable to Wu Sheng's puppet. Qin Yu laughed as he looked at the skeleton Ghost King, who had stabilized himself and was charging at him again. Although the skeleton Ghost King's combat strength was only at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, it was comparable to a heaven-rank heavenly weapon. However, its defensive power, which was comparable to a heaven-grade spiritual artifact, was more than enough to withstand the attacks of an ordinary martial sage. One had to know that the skeleton Ghost King itself was equivalent to an inanimate object. Only its Ghost King soul was its weakness. This made the skeleton Ghost King's combat strength even more frightening and troublesome. Whoosh! Qin Yu moved his left hand and the 7-star ancient pagoda shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The skeleton Ghost King was intelligent and it immediately sensed the sealing power within the 7-star ancient pagoda. The attack that was originally aimed at Qin Yu suddenly changed direction. The huge bone blade swept up a whistling wind and slashed at the 7-star ancient pagoda. Clang! After taking a hit from the skeleton Ghost King, the 7-star ancient pagoda only trembled a little before remaining in the void. The skeleton Ghost King was only comparable to a heaven-rank spiritual weapon, but the 7-star ancient pagoda was a true heaven-rank spiritual weapon. No matter how powerful the skeleton Ghost King was, it could not split the 7-star ancient pagoda in one blow. After receiving the attack, the sealing power of the 7-star ancient pagoda became even stronger. Whoosh! Qin Yu, who was surrounded by the Azure Dragon, held the warping divine spear in his hand and charged at the skeleton Ghost King. The heaven-destroying killing intent merged with the spear radiance, and a terrifying destructive killing intent exploded and swept through everything. The timing and angle of Qin Yu's attack were very tricky. This time, the skeleton Ghost King was sent flying. Raw. Although it was only slightly injured, the skeleton Ghost King was enraged. Whoosh. The oily green flames in the skeleton's eyes turn into a terrifying fiery seal and attack Qin Yu, who has seized the opportunity to attack him, like lightning. Destroy. Qin Yu's eyes flashed and a ray of light shot out from his ghost eyes. After the two eye light seals collided in the void, they dissipated without a sound. 9 dragons heaven slaying. Qin Yu took the opportunity to close in on the skeleton Ghost King and thrust out the hell-suppressing divine spear once again. At the tip of the spear, 9 green killing intent spear dragons erupted. All of the ghostly patterns on the skeleton Ghost King's body were severely damaged in an instant. Catcha catcha. A series of crisp explosions rang out incessantly. Under Qin Yu's attack, 1/5 of the ghostly patterns on the skeleton Ghost King's body were destroyed. The impenetrable ghostly tattoo barrier began to show obvious flaws. Raw. This time, the skeleton Ghost King was completely enraged. An incomparably frightening ghastly ghost chi erupted like a tornado, condensing into countless terrifying ghosts in the void, madly pouncing towards Qin Yu. Why struggle when you know it's futile? Qin Yu's smile widened. If the skeleton Ghost King's injuries were not so serious, Qin Yu would not be able to do anything to it. But now, the skeleton Ghost King was a beast trapped in his cage. It's over. Qin Yu did not dodge and thrust out the hell-suppressing divine spear once again. At the same time, the ghost eye of extermination trembled and ghostly patterns appeared. The ghostly ghost chi that pounced towards Qin Yu instantly turned into ghostly chi and was devoured by the ghost eye of extermination. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton Ghost King's killing move was immediately broken. Catcha. This time, the hell-suppressing divine spear pierced the skeleton Ghost King through the gaps in the ghostly patterns. Ghost eye of extermination. Qin Yu roared as the ghost eye of extermination turned into a black light and entered the skeleton Ghost King's body. Roar, vaguely, the roar of a beast could be heard. But a moment later, the roar disappeared. It was the skeleton Ghost King's soul that had been sealed by the ghost eye of extermination. Seal. Looking at the skeleton Ghost King that had lost its ability to resist, Qin Yu had a thought. A 7-colored waterfall appeared in the 7-star ancient pagoda and sealed the skeleton Ghost King within. Success. The dragon soul was overjoyed. With the skeleton Ghost King, their chances of going to the Narcissus sacred ground would be much higher. It's just a temporary seal. It's still too early to completely subdue it. There was a soul contract seal in the skeleton Ghost King's body. If Qin Yu wanted to subdue the skeleton Ghost King, he would have to erase the soul contract seal and inscribe his own soul seal. But judging from the skeleton Ghost King's cultivation, its host was at least at the martial god realm. With Qin Yu's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to erase the soul seal in a short period of time. Let's talk about this later. Now, let's break the 100 ghost soul locking array. The dragon soul's attention had already shifted to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. Qin Yu's gaze was also fixed on the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. After approaching the altars, Qin Yu carefully sensed the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's condition. Although there was the 100 ghost soul locking array, Qin Yu could still sense it. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon was already on the verge of death. Even if Qin Yu used a secret technique to sense the fluctuations of the dragon soul, he could only sense very slight fluctuations. Qin Yu immediately made his move without hesitation. Streaks of mysterious dragon seals, together with the light of the ghost eyes of destruction, broke the altars one by one. The majestic ghost chi that emerged from the altars was absorbed by the ghost eyes of destruction. The power of the ghost eyes of destruction also became stronger. Roar. When the 100 ghost soul locking array was completely broken, a vague dragon roar came from the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. The dragon roar was filled with strong unwillingness, anger, and arrogance. Oh no. Dragon soul. Sensing the emotions contained in the dragon roar, Qin Yu immediately shouted. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul had just rushed out of the seal and wanted to self-destruct. With the pride of the dragon clan, it naturally wouldn't tolerate falling into the corpse ghost body, so it wanted to kill itself. The dragon soul's reaction was even faster than Qin Yu's. Almost as soon as Qin Yu shouted, the dragon soul had already rushed into the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body and directly suppressed the dragon soul. Fortunately, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. If the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul dissipated, then even if Qin Yu had many secret techniques, he wouldn't be able to purify the corpse ghost qi in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body. And if the corpse ghost qi didn't dissipate, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood would be greatly reduced to Qin Yu. After all, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood was already half corpse blood. It's a pity that the dragon soul's origin dragon qi has been completely exhausted. The dragon soul was extremely regretful. When the origin dragon qi was exhausted, the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul was no longer of any use. In order to prevent the last trace of soul power from dissipating, the dragon soul still used its own origin dragon qi to maintain the soul power of the dragon soul. Dragon soul, how long can you maintain this trace of soul power of the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon? Leaping onto the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body, Qin Yu carefully sensed and frowned slightly. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's situation was much more serious than he thought. At most half a year. The dragon soul said. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon soul had been suppressed by the 100 Ghost Soul Lock formation for decades. Under normal circumstances, it should have dissipated long ago. It was only because of the last trace of obsession in the soul power that it had survived until now. Now, even if the dragon soul used its own origin dragon qi to maintain it, it could only extend its life for half a year. Chapter 116. Half a year. Qin Yu pondered. Half a year should be enough. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately used the ghost eyes of extermination to absorb the ghost qi in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body. Not long after, the ghost qi was completely absorbed. However, the ghost eyes of extermination could not purify the corpse qi of the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. This was the reason why Qin Yu felt troubled. Only by completely expelling the corpse qi could the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's dragon blood be purified. However, the corpse qi in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's body was too strong. The spiritual materials needed to refine the spirit pill to expel the corpse qi were quite rare. Although Qin Yu had killed a few martial grandmasters and many martial honorables, he still could not gather all the spiritual materials. He could only think of a way after leaving the 100 Countries battlefield. Immediately, Qin Yu summoned the ancient dragon seal and the dragon soul entered the divine seal with the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon. After looking at the altar in the underground palace, Qin Yu's gaze fell on the place where the skeleton ghost king had rushed out. He walked over and found that there was a world under the cave. Qin Yu jumped down and appeared in a huge stalactite cave. In the center of the cave, there were 2 figures in extraordinary clothes. However, those 2 figures had already turned into pure white bones. Qin Yu squatted down and looked carefully. Of the 2 skeletons, one was surrounded by a cold ghost qi, and the other was filled with a shocking cold qi. Although the 2 were still in human form, they would immediately turn into powder with a light touch. Martial Emperor Realm. Qin Yu was able to tell. These 2 people were martial emperors when they were alive. Obviously, they should be the owners of the soul seals in the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the Skeleton Ghost King. It seemed that they had perished together. Something's not right. However, after looking around the stalactite cave, Qin Yu immediately became alert and spread out his soul power. The 2 dead martial emperors did not leave a single treasure in the stalactite cave. It was as if they had been plundered clean. After sensing for a while, Qin Yu did not find anything unusual, but he felt more and more strange. Hey! After walking around the stalactite cave, Qin Yu's footsteps paused as he stood in front of an ancient pond. Qin Yu removed the stalactite that was pressing down on the ancient pond, and saw an ancient token. The token seemed to be made of bronze. Ancient spirit patterns were engraved on it, making it look extremely profound. Qin Yu merely glanced at the spirit pattern on the token, and he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. There's something strange about this badge. The dragon soul exclaimed with some lingering fear. It didn't dare to look at the ancient bronze token. Did the two of them perish together for the sake of fighting over this title plate? Qin Yu observed carefully. Apart from the fact that the bronze token could absorb souls, there was nothing special about it. However, this made Qin Yu even more concerned. Even with his experience as an Emperor Realm Master, he could not see anything unusual about this ancient bronze token, which meant that this token was extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Qin Yu absorbed the ancient bronze token into the ancient dragon seal and sealed it. After looking around, Qin Yu jumped out of the stalactite cave and left the ghost demon cave. Although there were some twists and turns in this trip to the ghost demon cave, the harvest was far beyond his expectations. After Qin Yu left the ghost demon cave, somewhere in the ghost demon cave, a light purple ghost fog appeared. The light purple ghost fog directly entered the end of the ghost demon cave. After discovering that the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon and the skeleton Ghost King had both disappeared, there was clearly a violent fluctuation coming from the ghost fog. Ancient. Immortal. Token. In the next moment, the ghost fog flashed and immediately flew into the stalactite cave. Looking at the bronze token that had disappeared, an incomparably violent ghost chi suddenly erupted from the ghost fog. The entire stalactite cave directly collapsed because of it. Qin Yu did not know that there was a ghost body hidden in the ghost demon cave that could hide from his perception. At this time, Qin Yu, who had left the ghost demon cave, came to the center of an ancient ruin. In the center of the ruin, there was a huge spiritual spring. At this time, there was a skyrocketing spiritual chi erupting from the spiritual spring, forming a spiritual chi vortex. With the spiritual spring as the center, there was a white mist of spiritual chi surging in a radius of a few hundred feet, as if it was a paradise on earth. Spiritual chi tide. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he jumped into the center of the spiritual chi vortex. The spiritual chi was so dense that it caused a spiritual chi tide to erupt. It was enough to show that the spiritual chi in the spiritual spring was majestic and pure. Ancient battle dragon incantation. After Qin Yu's hands formed a seal, all the spiritual chi in the spiritual spring madly rushed into his pores. Even the pure spiritual chi that had dispersed and surged between the ruins and heaven and earth was sucked over. Soon, Qin Yu was completely covered by the spiritual chi, and only his figure could be vaguely seen. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A quarter of an hour later, 5 figures could be seen flying over from the distant horizon. Someone beat us to it. The 5 people's cultivation was between LV7 and LV8 martial royal realm, and they were quite talented. When the leading martial royal genius saw the figure in the spiritual chi vortex, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Kai. Without wasting any time, he directly attacked. A cold sword light tore through the air and slashed out. Clang. However, when the sword light slashed into the spiritual chi vortex, there was a solid clang. Could it be a demonic beast? The 5 people were stunned. They did not feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual chi in the attack just now. In other words, the sword light just now should have been blocked by the demonic beast's body. Roar. Just as the 5 people attacked again, a fierce and violent aura appeared. A huge ferocious black dragon stepped on the mist and rushed out murderously. It was the dragon soul. It is indeed a demonic beast. Be careful, it's a myriad poison ink dragon. The 5 martial royal geniuses' faces changed, and they immediately flew back to attack. The myriad poison ink dragon was an extremely poisonous demonic beast. In the 100 countries battlefield, if one was poisoned by the myriad poison ink dragon, one could only wait for death. The myriad poison ink dragon roared and immediately chased after them, spitting out a large amount of venom. Although the 5 martial royal geniuses were quite talented and had many treasures, they were no match for the dragon soul. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them were killed, and 2 of them were poisoned and fled. If Qin Yu was not cultivating, the dragon soul would have already chased after them. Boom. After half an hour, a powerful aura burst out from Qin Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu has absorbed all of the holy energy hidden in the holy spring. After absorbing a huge amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through 2 layers consecutively. He had reached LV3 martial royal realm. In addition to his cultivation breaking through 2 layers consecutively, Qin Yu had also formed 2 more branch dragon veins. The number of branch dragon veins in his body had reached 12, which could increase his cultivation speed by 12 times. Qin Yu now had a crimson bloodline, which was equivalent to an innate spiritual vein. In other words, Qin Yu's cultivation speed was increased by 12 times with the help of the innate spiritual vein. It was easy to imagine how shocking this cultivation speed was. Qin Yu flew into the sky and was about to find the ancient pass seal when his expression suddenly changed. "How dare you come back? You must be tired of living." The dragon soul sensed something and summoned the myriad poison ink dragon. A group of figures could be seen in the distant sky, whistling through the air. The 2 martial royal geniuses who had fled after being poisoned were among them. Chapter 117. Soon, the group of people flew over. There were more than 20 of them and they were all martial royal realm cultivators. The one leading the group was a prideful genius, whose cultivation had reached the half-martial highness realm. He was one of the 5 sons of Qingju sent by the governor's mansion. This 1,000 poison ink dragon is actually his spiritual pet? Seeing the 10,000 poison inky flood dragon that was quietly waiting beside Qin Yu, the son of the Xi'an province, and the others were all rather surprised. Not only was the 1,000 poison ink dragon a LV3 martial royal realm cultivator, but it also had a powerful bloodline. Even the prodigy who was the son of Qingju did not have such a spiritual pet. "Which dynasty are you from?" That son of the Xi'an province takes a step forward and looks at Qin Yu with an arrogant expression. "Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking about someone else's background?" Qin Yu glanced at the son of Qingju and the others before looking at the 2 people who were poisoned. Seeing that the poison had seeped into their bones and that they would definitely die, he did not bother to attack them. Otherwise, Qin Yu would not be so nice if they dared to sneak an attack on him during cultivation. "You don't know me?" The son of Qingzhou's face darkened and there was a murderous look in his eyes. As one of the 5 sons of Qingju, he naturally did not think that Qin Yu would not recognize him. Now that he saw Qin Yu's attitude, it was obvious that he did not take him seriously. He was the son of Qingju and it was almost predetermined that he would enter the sacred land to cultivate. The 100 countries battlefield was just a formality. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, he did not know that Qin Yu really did not know him. When they were in the square of the governor's mansion, Qin Yu did not even look at them. "Why, are you famous?" Qin Yu was a little confused when he felt the son of Qingzhou's murderous look. "Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He actually has a murderous look just because he doesn't recognize me. Young Master Wei Jun is one of the 5 sons of Qingju. How dare you treat him like this?" A martial royal genius immediately stood out and reprimanded sternly. 5 sons of Qingju? What is that?" Qin Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked at those people indifferently. Reckless fool. Wei Jun's face grew increasingly gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly sinister. "Cripple him." Whoosh. 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 More than 20 martial emperors immediately pounced on Qin Yu and attacked him violently. "Dragon Soul, are you going to do it, or should I?" Qin Yu stood where he was and didn't move at all. "Let me." The Dragon Soul grinned, its killing intent overflowing. Roar. The myriad poisons inky flood dragon roared and flew out. The fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out, but the outcome was quickly decided. Now that there was no need to protect Qin Yu, the Dragon Soul could be said to be free. One by one, the martial emperor geniuses were either killed, poisoned, or severely injured. 10 breaths later, the geniuses who had besieged him were defeated one after another. What a powerful spiritual pet! Wei Jun looked at the myriad poisons inky WM with a fiery gaze. One against many, one against a strong opponent, and he had won the battle with an overwhelming advantage. This myriad poisons inky WM definitely contained a shocking bloodline. It might even be able to break through to the martial highness realm or even the martial ancestor realm in the future. If he could obtain it, it would be equivalent to having a powerful combat force in the future. "Master Wei Jun, this beast is too powerful, we are no match for it." Those who were poisoned and injured gathered around Wei Jun, but Wei Jun ignored them. Although these people were quite talented, They were now injured and poisoned, thus they were no longer of any use. You are quite talented, I'll give you a chance to be my follower. Having this thought, Wei Jun looked down at Qin Yu in a condescending manner. As he spoke, a powerful aura of a half-martial highness realm was emitted from his body, suppressing Qin Yu. In Wei Jun's opinion, after he had displayed his powerful cultivation, Qin Yu would know what to choose. I'll be your follower. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu looked at Wei Jun with a faint smile, while the dragon soul burst out laughing. He was the first person in the universe who dared to make the dragon god the supreme emperor his follower. It seems like you don't know that the son of Qingju has already been selected to enter the sacred land. I know where the sacred land ancient seal is in the entire 100 countries battlefield. Be my follower, and you can easily pass through the 100 countries battlefield. When you enter the sacred land, I'll protect you. The benefits are beyond your imagination. Wei Jun looked at the myriad poisons inky WM, who was laughing like a human, and the greed in his eyes intensified. Oh, so you have the sacred land ancient seal on you? Qin Yu laughed. Of course, if you agree, I'll give you one of the sacred land ancient seals. Wei Jun smiled when he saw that Qin Yu was tempted. However, the sacred land ancient seals are extremely precious, and there are only 30 of them. If you want one, you'll have to give me your spiritual pet. As Wei Jun spoke, the greed in his eyes intensified. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Qin Yu came to a realization. No wonder this guy had a 180-degree change in attitude. It turned out that he was interested in the myriad poisons inky WM. Really? Wei Jun's eyes lit up. Whoosh. What answered him was a poisonous water column. The myriad poisons inky WM stepped on the mist and attacked fiercely. Mph, shameless thing. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wei Jun hurriedly dodged the poisonous water column. His face was extremely ugly as he knew that Qin Yu was playing with him. This made his murderous intent even more intense. After drawing an arc in the void, he swooped down with the ancient sword in his hand. His target was Qin Yu. Die. Qin Yu casually threw a punch. The violent battle dragon true origin swept out recklessly, and the air exploded layer by layer. Oh no! Wei Jun's face changed abruptly, and his eyes were filled with horror. He immediately took out a spiritual talisman and turned it into a golden shield. The golden shield shook violently, and a terrifying fist force penetrated Wei Jun's body. What? Wei Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale as he was sent flying more than 10 feet away. His golden shield talisman was refined by a peak martial honorable realm expert. How could it be penetrated by a martial dominator's attack? Hand over the sacred land ancient seal obediently, Qin Yu's body moved. Just as he was about to chase after Wei Jun, his expression changed. He suddenly turned around and his dragon chi surged. The dragon soul also sensed it and immediately returned to the sacred dragon ancient seal. At the moment when Qin Yu was about to attack, he felt that someone was watching him in the dark. That feeling gave him a strong sense of danger. Who is it? Qin Yu observed for a while, then flew directly into the ruins. However, there was no trace of the person at the place where he sensed someone was watching him. It's at least a martial ancestor realm expert. The dragon soul's voice was filled with lingering fear. At that moment, he really felt like he was about to die. If Qin Yu had not sensed it in time, he would have been attacked by the person in the dark. Earth energy fluctuation? Earth escape technique? Qin Yu crouched down. He carefully looked at the remnants and the minute energy ripples that were contaminated with them. No, other than the earth escape technique, there's also ghost chi. Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Ghost chi? Could there be a fish that escaped the net in the ghost demon cave? The dragon soul immediately reacted. Chapter 118. It should be related to the ghost demon cave. Qin Yu thought so too. After coming out of the underground stalactite cave, he did not explore the other places of the ghost demon cave. There might be other ghost cultivators hiding in the ghost demon cave. In that case, it made sense that the treasures of the 2 martial monarch realm cultivators had disappeared. Go back and kill him? Thinking of the sneak attack just now, the dragon soul said with killing intent. Forget it. Since I didn't sense it before, it will be difficult to find it if I go back now. Qin Yu thought for a while and shook his head. The terrain of the ghost demon cave was complicated. It would not be easy to find someone who could hide from his perception. Seeing that he had been following him in the dark, he should be targeting him. As for the target, it should be related to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the Skeleton Ghost King, and the Ancient Bronze Token. Qin Yu stood up, looked around the ruins, and flew into the sky. As long as the other party was targeting the treasures of the Ghost Demon Cave, they would definitely come looking for him. In that case, he might as well just stay still. Next time, as long as that person showed the slightest flaw, Qin Yu would definitely kill him. At this time, Wei Jun and the others, who were seriously injured by Qin Yu, had already taken the opportunity to escape. Qin Yu did not chase after them. To him, Wei Jun and the others were just a group of ants. They could only be used as practice for the dragon soul. After Qin Yu flew away from the remnant, 2 purple eyes appeared in a cloud of ghost fog underneath the remnant. It was the light purple ghost fog that had appeared in the ghost demon cave. It was not until Qin Yu disappeared into the sky that the light purple ghost fog retracted its gaze. The best time to attack just now was instantly noticed by Qin Yu and almost exposed its identity. Now that Qin Yu was on guard, wanting to approach him and sneak attack him was no longer an easy matter. Moreover, Qin Yu gave it a very dangerous feeling. Immediately, the ball of light purple ghostly mist transformed into strands of ghostly qi and dissipated. After leaving the ruins, Qin Yu followed the 10 command medallions and arrived in front of an ancient pagoda. Within this ancient pagoda, there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land. However, when Qin Yu arrived, there were already dozens of people gathered around the ancient tower. Those people were mostly martial emperors. They were scattered around the ancient pagoda and were on guard against each other. Outside the ancient pagoda, there was an extremely powerful seal. Clearly, those prodigies who were in a stalemate were worried that they would become the target of public criticism if they made the first move. Qin Yu glanced at it, but did not hesitate. He directly flew towards the restriction of the ancient pagoda. Whoosh! Immediately, all the geniuses around the ancient pagoda looked at Qin Yu. Without any superfluous means, Qin Yu directly punched out. A 3-meter-wide fist of light that seemed to be solid suddenly exploded on the ancient pagoda's restriction. Along with the deafening sound of the explosion, an incomparably violent shock wave of true qi immediately swept out. Crack! The restriction of the ancient pagoda was immediately broken. Qin Yu's figure flashed and rushed into the ancient pagoda first. There were 5 floors in the ancient pagoda. Each floor had a large number of powerful mechanisms and restrictions. However, Qin Yu rushed all the way, and all the mechanisms and restrictions along the way were easily destroyed by him. Roar! As soon as the martial emperors entered the ancient pagoda, a ferocious demonic qi rushed towards them. It was the myriad poison inky dragon of the dragon soul guarding the ancient pagoda. All the martial emperors who entered were immediately attacked by the myriad poison inky dragon. Dragon soul, someone is monitoring this ancient pagoda. Don't expose the dragon clan's secret skill. The dragon soul, who was fighting with the martial emperors, suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice from the top of the pagoda. The dragon soul thought for a moment and immediately understood. Since there was an ancient seal of the Holy Land here, it was highly likely that someone from the water fairy sacred ground was monitoring this ancient pagoda. The dragon soul, who originally wanted to use the dragon clan's secret skill to practice, changed its mind. Not long after, Qin Yu, who had entered the top floor of the ancient pagoda, came down with a blue ancient seal in his hand. The ancient seal was engraved with a daffodil flower, which was exactly the same as the one on Qin Yu's jade pendant. Qin Yu, who had obtained the ancient seal, also joined the battle. In a short period of time, he defeated all of the martial royal heavenly geniuses. LV4 Martial Emperor Realm, able to defeat opponents of a higher level. This kid is not bad. He is indeed a good seedling. I wonder how his body constitution and talent are. Just as Qin Yu had sensed, in an ancient palace. There were 6 figures looking at the water screen light mirror in front of them. The scene on the water screen light mirror was the scene of the battle in the ancient pagoda. Qin Yu looked to be about 16 years old. At such a young age, he was already at LV4 Martial Emperor realm and had a myriad poison inky dragon as his spiritual beast. Among the geniuses of the 100 countries, he was definitely one of the best. Hey! It's the 5 princes of Qingju. That's strange. Why are the 5 of them working together? Suddenly, 30 figures appeared on the water screen light mirror and quickly arrived in front of the ancient pagoda. The 5 people in the lead were the 5 scions of Qingju. Elder Huiyang, I remember that one of the 5 scions of Qingju is a genius from the Hua clan. A burly man asked a black-robed elder beside him. That's right. It's a pity that the kid did not live up to expectations and was eliminated during the sacred land assessment. The black-robed elder, Huiyang, stared at a handsome young man and smiled like a flower. The sacred land assessment requires the strength of a martial honorable to pass. Being eliminated during the assessment does not mean that he is not talented. The muscular man shook his head. Elder Fu Hai is right. I think that being able to compete with the geniuses of the 100 countries before entering the sacred land is a good opportunity to gain experience. The other elders also chimed in. There was a hint of flattery in their words. Although Huiyang was being modest, the smile on his face was even wider. A genius with a 9th grade innate spiritual pulse was rare even in the sacred land. At this moment, in front of the ancient pagoda. There's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Qin Yu shook his head as he looked at Wei Jun, who was glaring at him with a cold murderous intent. Little bastard, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I'll change my surname to yours. Wei Jun rubbed his chest that was still in pain as the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Ant, how pitiful. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes when he heard this. Brother Luo Yuan, as long as you help me kill him today, I'll join the Hua clan. The corner of Wei Jun's eyes twitched as his face twisted. A violent aura burst out. But when he thought about how he was heavily injured by Qin Yu and almost died, he did not dare to challenge Qin Yu. Are you serious? Beside Wei Jun, the handsome Hua Luoyuan's eyes lit up. As long as Wei Jun submitted to him, all the geniuses of Qingju would belong to him. Of course, Wei Jun said fiercely. Great. Hua Luoyuan laughed. With Wei Jun's talent, it would not be a problem for him to enter the martial ancestor realm. If he had the opportunity, he might even be able to challenge Wu Sheng. The Wei clan behind Wei Jun was a powerful force that had many connections in the sacred land. Gaining Wei Jun's support was equivalent to gaining the Wei clan's support. This was naturally great news for Hua Luoyuan. It would be beneficial for him to establish himself in the Narcissus sacred land. Chapter 119. Cripple him. After laughing out loud, Hua Luoyuan's cold gaze fell on Qin Yu as he spoke indifferently. Affirmative. Apart from the 5 sons of Qingju, the rest of the martial dominator realm geniuses immediately charged at Qin Yu. Hua Luoyuan's followers were all at the 8th or 9th layer martial dominator realm, which was much stronger than Wei Jun's subordinates. Dragon soul, kill them all. Qin Yu's eyes flickered coldly. Against these people who wanted to kill him, Qin Yu would not simply defeat them. Roar. The dragon soul emitted a strong murderous intent as it charged forward while surrounded by a poisonous mist. After obtaining the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the dragon soul no longer cared about the 10,000 poisons inky serpent. It was extremely ferocious and fearless during the battle. Rumble. The surging water element poisonous demonic chi clashed violently with the violent true essence in the air. The space within a few hundred zhong was turned into a chaotic zone, preventing anyone from entering. Has this poisonous serpent awakened its bloodline? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flickered. He had thought Wei Jun was exaggerating when he first heard it. However, it seemed like the 10,000 poisons inky serpent was no ordinary beast. Hua Luoyuan's greed was aroused after seeing how extraordinary the 10,000 poisons inky serpent was. He glanced at Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu was dead, the 10,000 poisons inky serpent would be his. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hua Luoyuan immediately made his move, unleashing a bone-chilling aura. As Hua Luoyuan performed a hand seal, countless icy blades were formed and fired at the same time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out incessantly. Judging from the aura, it was obviously a highness martial skill. There's something strange about this kid, let's attack together. Seeing this, Wei Jun said something to the 3 children of Qing province and immediately rushed forward. The runes on the ancient sword in his hand glowed brightly as sharp sword blows were fired. The 3 sons of Qingju exchanged glances with one another and raised their eyebrows. Did they really need the help of the 5 sons of Qingju to deal with a 4th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator? Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? Godly fist of destruction, extermination. Qin Yu took a step forward in the air. Countless streams of energy gathered in his right fist from his 4 limbs, bones, blood, and flesh. There was a deafening explosion as a faint black fist radiance shot out like a meteor. Wherever the fist aura passed, the air vibrated, and the ice blades and sword auras were instantly shattered. How can a monarch stage martial skill be so powerful? Hua Luoyuan's eyes flashed with shock. An exalted rank martial skill being broken by an emperor rank martial skill, this went against common sense. One had to know that these 2 martial skills were fundamentally different. There was no reason for them to be overturned. His only at the 4th level of the martial emperor realm, and his already mastered a martial technique at the peak of the emperor realm. Not only that, but the attribute of his origin energy is also strange. It seems to be able to destroy other origin energy, but even if that's the case, a monarch stage martial skill shouldn't be able to defeat an exalt stage martial skill, right? It is indeed a little strange. There seems to be some other power fused into his fist. Inside the ancient palace, the few martial ancestor realm cultivators began a heated discussion after seeing this. Only Hua Yang's smile froze. With Hua Luoyuan's cultivation as a half-step martial honorable, he was actually at a disadvantage after using an exalted rank martial skill. This greatly exceeded Hua Yang's expectations. There was a cold glint in his eyes as he looked at Qin Yu. Boom! Just as Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were about to dodge the fist aura, it suddenly exploded. The violent and destructive origin energy was like a sword that wreaked havoc. Even the air was faintly cut into pieces. Boom boom! Hua Luoyuan and Wei Jun were both injured and thrown far away. They were in a sorry state. This scene shocked the martial ancestor realm cultivators from the ancient palace. It seemed that they had underestimated the power of Qin Yu's fist. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill him myself. Although he was not injured, Hua Luoyuan's face immediately turned ugly when he was thrown away by a level 4 martial emperor. Hua Luoyuan knew that the elders of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground could see the 100 countries battlefield. As the number 1 genius of the Hua clan, he naturally had to enter the sacred ground with extraordinary talent. How could he leave a stain in the hands of a level 4 martial emperor? This was something that he could not tolerate. Wei Jun and the 3 Qingju geniuses could only retreat to the side when they heard this. Hua Luoyuan was obviously enraged and it was best not to provoke him. Spiritual Meridian, appear. Hua Luoyuan shouted loudly and an even more shocking cold aura exploded from his body. Vaguely, the cold aura condensed into a giant ice python that was 10 feet long and circled around his body. At this moment, the air around Hua Luoyuan was faintly frozen. It was to the extent that one's breath would turn into ice. Hua Luoyuan's cultivation continued to increase as a result. Spiritual Meridian solidification. No way. He actually awakened his spiritual meridian for the 2nd time? This talent is simply too shocking. In the palace, the martial ancestor realm elders of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground were extremely shocked. Everyone knew that the spiritual meridian was born naturally, but one's aptitude could be improved through continuous transformation. Hua Luoyuan's aptitude was originally a level 9 innate spiritual meridian. Now that it had awakened for the 2nd time, as long as it completed the transformation, wouldn't it be possible for it to become a sacred meridian? The smile on Hua Yang's face returned, but the cold light in his eyes became even more intense. Although he didn't know how talented Qin Yu was, he believed that he must have a spiritual meridian. Since they had already formed a grudge, he naturally couldn't let him live. Die. Secret skill, Dark Ice Frost Python. Hua Luoyuan sneered as he quickly formed seals with his hands. Boundless cold aura surged out from his body and entered the Ice Frost Python. Immediately, the Dark Ice Frost Python completely solidified as if it had intelligence. It swept out a shocking aura and charged towards Qin Yu. The power of this move was comparable to the fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist. Wei Yijun also revealed a cold smile on his face. Although he couldn't personally kill Qin Yu, he could see Qin Yu being killed, and it was enough for him to vent the hatred in his heart. You have just awakened for the second time and you dare to use the spiritual meridian solidification to attack. Qin Yu stood motionless in the air and had no intention of dodging. When the Dark Ice Frost Python charged towards him, Qin Yu lowered his body and threw out another punch. Crack! In the next moment, a crisp cracking sound could be heard. The ferocious Dark Ice Frost Python was blocked by Qin Yu's simple punch. With Qin Yu's right fist as the center, cracks started to spread out on the Ice Frost Python. A terrifying fist force wreaked havoc on the Ice Frost Python and destroyed everything in its path. Fart! The Ice Frost Python turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. Hua Luoyuan, who had been grinning, turned pale in an instant and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Dark Ice Frost Python was formed by Hua Luoyuan's spiritual meridian. Now that it had been destroyed by Qin Yu's punch, he naturally suffered from the backlash. How is this possible? An incredulous cry could be heard. Wei Yijun's group of 4 and the elder from the Jiyu Hall who was watching the battle all looked at Qin Yu with an extremely shocked expression. The fighting strength of a martial honorable realm martial artist had been destroyed by Qin Yu, who was only a rank 4 martial royal realm martial artist. How was this possible? Even if he could challenge someone of a higher rank, shouldn't there be a limit? It should be known that Qin Yu did not use any secret techniques, spiritual veins, and so on. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 120. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. However, Qin Yu was an exception. He had already cultivated the Fire Lightning Dragon body to the 6th Revolution realm. His physical strength had reached 600,000 pounds and his body was so tough that it was invulnerable to fire and lightning. Even an ordinary martial honorable would not be able to hurt Qin Yu, let alone someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. Therefore, even if he did not use his bloodline power, Qin Yu was not afraid of someone who had reached the martial honorable realm. However, after this exchange, Qin Yu felt that the destructive divine fist was not enough for him to use. It seemed like it was time for him to cultivate a new martial skill. Kill him. All of you, attack together and kill him. A roar was heard. It was the pale Hua Luoyuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Qin Yu viciously. However, under that murderous intent and resentment, there was a trace of unconcealable fear and fear. Attack! Wei Yijun and the other 3 people's faces changed. They took out their life-saving treasures and attacked together. Die! Qin Yu's eyes turned cold as his body flashed. He turned into an illusory figure and appeared in front of Wei Yijun and the other 3 people in the blink of an eye. Boom! Qin Yu did not show any mercy as he punched out with both fists. Streaks of tangible fist light exploded in the sky, and the violent destructive true essence exploded wantonly. Poof! This time, the martial honorable realm talisman around Wei Yijun was destroyed by the punch. His head exploded and blood splattered in the sky. Oh no! The 3 sons of Qingzhou's faces changed as they were filled with fear and despair. They immediately tried to escape. Boom! Boom! However, Qin Yu did not give them the chance to do so. He used the shrinking technique and the 3 of them followed in Wei Yijun's footsteps. The 4 sons of Qingzhou were killed by Qin Yu in an instant. Why is he so strong? Hua Luoyuan, who had just consumed the spiritual elixir, looked at Qin Yu in a daze. They were all half-step martial honorables and could forcefully use soul attacks at critical moments. However, in the face of Wei Yijun's group of 4 soul attacks, Qin Yu did not react at all. How could a LV4 martial royal realm cultivator possess such terrifying combat strength? Similarly, the few ancient palace elders from the Water Fairy Holy Land were also shocked. Although he knew that Qin Yu might not have gone all out earlier, his combat prowess was still a little too strong. The son of Qingju could be said to be the strongest genius candidate in the 100 nations of Qingju. But in Qin Yu's hands, he was as weak as a baby. He smashed one of them to death with a single punch, dying cleanly and without the slightest ability to retaliate. Not good. While the other martial arts sect elders were still in shock, Hua Yang regained his senses. Hua Luoyuan's strength was indeed the strongest among the children of Qing province. However, judging from Qin Yu's battle prowess, Hua Luoyuan was definitely not a match for Qin Yu. Thinking of this, Hua Yang's face suddenly changed. Roar. At that moment, a deafening dragon's roar was heard, and a terrifying sound wave swept out like a hurricane. Those martial royal realm geniuses who had wanted to take the opportunity to escape when they saw that the situation was not good. At that moment, they were all bleeding from their 7 orifices and howling in pain. It was the Dragon Soul's superpower, Dragon's Roar. Poof, 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 poof. Those martial royal realm geniuses were all killed. Hua Luoyuan and the others who had come with a mighty aura. At that moment, Hua Luoyuan was the only one standing alone in the void. Don't come over. I'm a direct descendant of the Hua clan, a genius who has been selected to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. If you dare to kill me, the Hua clan will not let you off. Looking at Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, Hua Luoyuan's eyes were filled with fear, and he broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, the Hua clan can't save you now. Qin Yu did not waste any time. His battle dragon vital energy roared and surged into his right fist. Wisps of fist chi circled around him, and the terrifying fist power continued to stack, causing Hua Luoyuan's face to turn even paler. Boom! At that moment, a majestic fluctuation surged out from the ancient palace. An enormous hand covered in formation patterns, like a murderer coming out of a cage, violently grabbed at Qin Yu. Looking at the power of the giant rune hand, if Qin Yu was caught, he would be crippled even if he did not die. Martial ancestor? No, his strength is far weaker than a real martial ancestor. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the martial ancestor of the water fairy sacred ground had interfered. Hua Luoyuan, who had been in despair, was overjoyed. He immediately rushed toward the ancient pagoda like a madman. He knew that a martial ancestor expert had interfered. As long as he entered the ancient pagoda, he would be safe. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he could not fight against a martial ancestor expert. Seeing that he was getting closer to the ancient pagoda, Hua Luoyuan relaxed even more. He even turned around to look at Qin Yu. He did not hide the intense hatred in his eyes. Once he was out of danger and entered the Holy Land, he would have thousands of ways to torture Qin Yu. Not only that, he also wanted to investigate Qin Yu's background. It would be difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart if he did not kill Qin Yu and his family. Do you think that a martial ancestor can save you? Qin Yu noticed the hatred in Hua Luoyuan's eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. In the next instant, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from Qin Yu's body. Swoosh! Qin Yu took a step forward. As if he had traveled through space, he disappeared from the giant rune hand. When Qin Yu appeared again, he was behind Hua Luoyuan like a ghost. Hua Luoyuan, who had managed to escape, froze on the spot, his entire body froze. A bone-chilling sense of death enveloped his heart. It was as if the god of death was staring at him. Stop! An anxious old voice suddenly sounded from the ancient pagoda. That enormous rune hand would immediately turn around and grab at Qin Yu. Boom! Qin Yu acted as if he did not hear anything as he coldly punched out. Hua Luoyuan did not stop him when he tried to kill Lin Yun, but he was asking Lin Yun to stop now. Hua Luoyuan's defensive barrier was instantly shattered, and his body exploded inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. At this point, the 5 princes of the Azure province had all died in Qin Yu's hands. Within the ancient palace, the few elders who were originally observing to see if there were any good seedlings were now completely silent. It was deathly silent. Their lifeless gazes all landed on Qin Yu's immature yet callous face. Hua Luoyuan, who possessed a 9th-grade carnate spiritual vein and was known as the strongest genius of the Hua clan, was killed just like that. Only Huiyang seemed to have gone mad. He let out a roar of grief and his eyes were bloodshot. His boundless true yuan poured into the array before him. Boom! In front of the ancient pagoda, Qin Yu was hit by the giant rune hand that had instantly expanded by several times. As if he had been hit by a giant beast, Qin Yu crashed into the ground. As dust rose, a deep hole appeared on the ground. Qin Yu could no longer be seen as he was slammed deep into the ground. Die! Die! Huiyang's killing intent surged. His true yuan was still pouring into the array as he continued to control the giant rune hand to attack. Elder Huiyang, what are you doing? At this moment, the other elders in the ancient palace reacted and immediately pulled Huiyang away. Huiyang had interfered in the assessment to save Huoluo Yuan. But now, killing a genius in the assessment was a huge taboo. Chapter 121. Looking at the deep hole in the ground, the elders looked at each other in dismay. This time, the most outstanding geniuses of the 100 Countries tournament would probably all die here. Huiyang, who was in a frenzy, was still filled with killing intent. Although he had slapped Qin Yu to death, it was impossible to save Huoluo Yuan. A peerless genius with an innate grade 9 spiritual pulse had died in front of him. Huiyang felt his heart bleeding. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. When he had allowed Huoluo Yuan to kill Qin Yu, he had to bear the consequences of Huoluo Yuan's death. His martial ancestor cultivation and the Hua family's power could not intimidate everyone. Bang! But just at this moment, an explosive sound came from the crater that had been created by the giant rune hand. Could it be, he's still alive? It can't be. The elders quivered and came back to their senses. Their eyes all stared at the deep pit. Huiyang, who was filled with killing intent, was stunned and looked over. He had attacked with all his might. Although it was a teleportation attack, its power was not as strong as his real combat strength. However, killing a mere martial emperor was definitely not a problem. Boom! In the next moment, a figure walked out of the deep hole as gravel flew into the sky. The few martial ancestor elders in the ancient palace looked at the scene in disbelief. Qin Yu, who had walked out of the deep hole, was actually unharmed. They wondered if they had seen wrongly. However, after taking a closer look, they realized that Qin Yu was really unharmed. Even his clothes and hair were not damaged at all. How could he be unharmed after taking a direct attack from a martial ancestor? Even if he had a defensive spiritual treasure, it should not be possible. The more powerful the spiritual treasure, the more powerful the cultivation needed to activate it. Just like Huoluo Yuan and the other sons of Qingju, they only had spiritual treasures refined by a martial honorable to defend themselves. With their cultivation, they could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Qin Yu, who was only at the 4th level martial emperor realm, could not activate a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. Since that was the case, how did Qin Yu do it? Hua clan. Qin Yu walked out from the pit. He put away the spatial rings, looked deeply at the ancient pagoda, and then flew away. This little bastard. The corner of Huiyang's eyes twitched as he clenched his fists tightly. When Qin Yu left, he looked at the ancient pagoda with disdain. Without a doubt, he was provoking him. Not only had he killed the strongest prodigy of the Hua clan, but he had also let him leave unscathed. This made Huiyang want nothing more than to rush into the 100 Countries battlefield and tear Qin Yu to shreds. However, Huiyang also knew that since his previous attack did not succeed, the upper echelons of the Water Immortal Holy Land would definitely not allow him to do so. Seeing Qin Yu disappear into the range of the water screen light mirror, Huiyang left with a gloomy face. Those elders glanced at each other, then continued watching the scenes on the other water screens as if nothing had happened. It was not a bad thing for the Hua clan to lose a super genius. Whoosh! After flying for half a day, Qin Yu landed on a lone peak and sat down cross-legged. Hey, when did you get injured? Seeing Qin Yu's flesh and blood being torn and his bones broken, the dragon soul was extremely surprised. When the giant rune hand attacked, Qin Yu had secretly defended himself with the Heaven Punishment formation. There should be no reason for him to be injured. What was going on? I just used so close, yet worlds apart. Qin Yu formed a seal with his hands and the dragon qi in his body surged, activating his blood and qi to heal his injuries. So close, yet worlds apart was a superpower. After mastering it, one could leap to the end of the world in one step. Shrinking distance into an inch was derived from so close, yet worlds apart. When he killed Hua Luoyuan and avoided the attack of the martial ancestor, Qin Yu had used so close, yet worlds apart. Take it easy. Using a superpower with your cultivation of the martial royal realm might cause your body to collapse. There was no doubt about the power of so close, yet worlds apart. It was so fast that it could even travel through space. However, it was a true superpower. What was a superpower? It was a transcendent skill that only martial gods could use. Moreover, so close, yet worlds apart was a superpower of the dragon tribe. It was far superior to ordinary superpowers. Qin Yu's soul power had not completely awakened and he did not use so close, yet worlds apart with the help of the azure dragon battle the heavens. In the dragon soul's opinion, Qin Yu was a little rash and there was no need for him to do so. Don't worry. The fiery lightning dragon constitution is already at the 6th revolution. There won't be a problem. Qin Yu smiled. Since he dared to use it, he was naturally confident. However, when I used so close, yet worlds apart just now, it confirmed my previous guess. Qin Yu said. What guess? The dragon soul asked. The origin dragon seal in my soul has disappeared. Qin Yu said slowly. In his previous life, Qin Yu had devoured thousands of dragon blood and comprehended thousands of dragon tribe superpowers. Each of the dragon tribe superpowers had engraved an indelible origin dragon seal in his soul. When the origin dragon seal was activated, he could directly use the dragon tribe superpowers. However, when Qin Yu used so close, yet worlds apart just now, he did not sense any origin dragon seal in his soul. Your soul power has only awakened once. It's normal that the origin dragon seal did not appear. The dragon soul said. No, this has nothing to do with the awakening of the soul. Qin Yu shook his head slightly and activated so far, yet worlds apart again to let the dragon soul sense the fluctuation of the soul. What's going on? After sensing carefully, the dragon soul's eyes turned serious. With the disappearance of the origin dragon seal, even if Qin Yu's cultivation had completely recovered, his combat strength would not be able to return to its peak. Qin Yu did not know what was going on. It should be something that happened when his soul was reincarnated. Or, it could be that there was a price to pay for the reincarnation of the reincarnation immortal pill. However, as long as the immemorial battle dragon and the ancient dragon seal were there was no big problem. At most, everything could be redone. Of course, as for why the origin dragon seal disappeared, Qin Yu still had to find out in the future. 6 hours later, Qin Yu's injuries had completely healed. The benefits of having a strong physique were undeniable. Qin Yu did not leave the mountain peak. Now that he had obtained the ancient dragon seal, it was time to get down to business. Immediately, Qin Yu multitasked. He destroyed the contract soul seal in the skeleton Ghost King while activating the Ghost Eye of Destruction. In the Ghost Eye of Destruction, other than the Ghost King's soul that was sealed in the Ghost Eye of Destruction, there was also a soul body sealed. That soul body was the soul body of the Elder of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground in the Ghost Demon Cave. The reason why Qin Yu did not kill him was because he was once an Elder of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. After all, Qin Yu knew nothing about the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Since he was going to the Water Fairy Sacred Ground to save his mother, he naturally had to understand the situation of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. With Qin Yu's current strength, it would be unwise for him to have a direct confrontation with the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Therefore, after entering the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, secretly saving his mother was the right choice. Fortunately, he knew from the Jade Pendant that his father's background was not discovered by the Water Fairy Sacred Ground. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Qin Yu to pass through the 100 countries battlefield and enter the Water Immortal Holy Land so openly. As the Ghost Eye of Destruction trembled slightly, the soul body that was sealed appeared in Qin Yu's soul sea. Qin Yu's soul power swept out and immediately disintegrated the soul body to search for its memories. Natural Spirit Crystal of Water. But after looking through the soul body's memories, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Qin Yu's body. Chapter 122. Although the elder of the Narcissus Holy Land had lost some of his memories because he had become a ghost body. However, Qin Yu still knew many secrets of the Narcissus Holy Land, including his mother's imprisonment. The elder of the ghost body had been sent by the Narcissus Holy Land to investigate his father's background. However, he had been reduced to a ghost body after a great battle with the soul cultivator in the 100 Countries battlefield. The Narcissus Holy Land was located at the Narcissus Peak in the northwest of the mainland. It was said that it was founded by a martial god. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had many experts. Even Wu Sheng had many experts. The Narcissus Holy Land had a strict division of strength for its disciples. Martial royal realm experts could only be outer disciples. Only martial honorables could become core disciples. The strongest candidate for the saint was a martial ancestor realm expert. Every one of them was a peerless talent. Qin Yu's mother was called Shen Wanhui. She was the former holy lady of the Narcissus Holy Ground and had an innate saint meridian. Therefore, the Narcissus Holy Land used his mother to form a marriage alliance with one of the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds. However, when he was born, his parents' affair was exposed and the Narcissus Holy Land was enraged. The Narcissus Holy Land and the 7 major martial worlds had let him and his father go. His mother had willingly been imprisoned in the Serene Chill Secret Palace and spent her life refining innate spiritual crystals of water for the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land. The innate spiritual crystal of water was a type of innate 5-element spiritual crystal that contained innate water spiritual power. It could be integrated into the body to improve the quality of the martial meridians and bloodline. If a martial ancestor realm expert refined it, it could even increase the chances of breaking through to the Wusheng realm. It was a rare spiritual treasure. That was why the superpowers in the 7 major martial worlds and the Narcissus Holy Land agreed to his mother's conditions. However, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water could only be done with a unique water saint meridian in an extremely cold place. In other words, the refining of the innate spiritual crystal of water would consume the power of his mother's saint meridian. That kind of consumption was almost permanent. His mother had been imprisoned in an extremely cold place for more than 10 years and had been refining innate spiritual crystals of water. Qin Yu's murderous intent to kill her. At the moment when the killing intent was overflowing, Qin Yu was unable to help himself from feeling anxious. Even if it was the power of a saint bloodline, after more than 10 years of depletion, it would probably reach its limit. Once his mother's saint meridian power was exhausted, she would be of no use to the water fairy sacred ground. At that time, it was easy to imagine what the water fairy Holy Land would do. 7 great martial worlds. Could it be one of the 7 martial realms in the Heaven Domain's 3 imperial realms? The dragon soul said aloud after reading the soul's memory. If that was the case, then the heavenly dragon continent was not far from the heavenly region. It was understandable that there were traces of martial emperors and venerable sovereigns on this continent. Perhaps. Qin Yu didn't care about this. After searching the skeleton ghost king's memories, he began to use all his strength to erase the soul imprint of the skeleton ghost king. The corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon could be purified with special spiritual materials and secret arts. However, the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king would need time to slowly erase. Since he knew that there were many existences at the level of Wu Sheng in the water fairy sacred ground, Qin Yu couldn't be careless. Once his whereabouts were exposed, it wouldn't be so easy for him to sneak into the water fairy sacred ground. Therefore, just in case, he had to erase the corpse aura of the 9 hells hell dragon and the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king before he took action. After the 9 hells hell dragon's blood was purified, Qin Yu's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. As for the skeleton ghost king, Qin Yu would think of a way to raise it to the level of Wu Sheng. At that time, Qin Yu would have a much higher chance of success. Of course, Qin Yu also had to investigate his mother's situation. A month passed while Qin Yu was cultivating and erasing the soul seal of the skeleton ghost king. On this day, when Qin Yu was cultivating, A trembling sound came from the Sumeru ring on his hand. Qin Yu opened his eyes and moved his finger. A talisman appeared in his hand. This talisman was given to him by Wu Chunyang before he came to the 100 Countries battlefield. As long as the 5 of them were in a certain area, they would be able to sense each other and take care of each other. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to let the dragon soul make a trip. Although their relationship wasn't good, he had some friendship with Yun Guxuan and the other 2. Since he had bumped into them, he naturally had to help them. Of course, he would only help them this time. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, in the sky above an ancient mountain range, Yun Guxuan, Wu Qinglong, Bai Qingyu, and Yun Shi were working together to summon a 5-foot-long flying shuttle to escape. Behind them were 5 martial royal realm geniuses who were chasing after them. Yun Guxuan's face was pale and his aura was weak. It was obvious that he was severely injured. More than half of Wu Qinglong's left shoulder was cut off. His flesh and bones could be seen clearly. He looked miserable. Bai Qingyu and Yun Shi weren't any better. If it weren't for Yun Guxuan's help, they would have died long ago. Yun Guxuan kept swallowing spirit pills to replenish his true essence. Although forcibly refining spirit pills like this would cause a great burden to his body and foundation. But at this moment, Yun Guxuan couldn't care less. If they didn't have enough true essence to maintain the cloud-piercing shuttle, they would soon be caught by the martial emperors behind them. Brother, why don't we give them the assessment tokens? Seeing Yun Guxuan coughing violently after swallowing spirit pills, Yun Shi was worried. If this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. It was better to take the opportunity to give up. Look at them. Even if we give them the tokens, they won't let us go. Yun Guxuan's voice was grave. After they revealed their identity as the Yun family fought, the other party still chased after them without any scruples. It was obvious that they wanted to silence them to prevent revenge. I didn't expect that in this year's 100 Countries battle, we would have to compete for the assessment tokens. Bai Qingyue's expression was also grave. She had heard that the 100 Countries battle was very dangerous. But she didn't expect that this year's level of danger would rise to such a level. Now, we can only hope to see if we can meet Qin Yu. Wu Qinglong was gritting his teeth when his voice suddenly paused. The eyes of Yun Guxuan and the other 2 lit up. They quickly took out the detection talisman. Qin Yu. The 4 of them were ecstatic. As long as they could reach Qin Yu, they would be safe. They were very confident in Qin Yu's strength. Roar. At this moment, a faint roar sounded. On a mountain peak far away in the mountain range, a ferocious inky flood dragon stepped on the mist and came over. 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon. While Yun Guxuan and the other 2 were stunned, Bai Qingyue's face was even more ecstatic. She knew that Qin Yu had subdued the 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon in the Imperial Sacred Academy's secret realm. That's the 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon? Is this the inky flood dragon that was rumored to be the inky flood dragon a while ago? So you're saying that the monster that killed the 5 scions of Qingju is here too? The 5 martial emperor realm geniuses who were chasing after them suddenly changed their expressions. Without thinking, they turned around and fled in panic. Chapter 123. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. The battle where Qin Yu killed Hua Luoyuan and the other 4 was witnessed by many geniuses who were hiding in the distance. This matter had already spread widely in the 100 Countries battlefield. Although they did not know Qin Yu's name. However, that 10,000 poisons inky flood dragon had become Qin Yu's symbolic name. How would they dare to chase after a monster who could kill the 5 scions of Qingju? Yun Guxuan and the other 3 were puzzled by this scene. The myriad poison ink dragon's cultivation was only at the 4th level martial royal realm. However, since the crisis had been resolved, they were all greatly relieved in their hearts. The dragon soul did not chase after the 5. It brought Yun Guxuan and the others back to the mountain where Qin Yu was cultivating. After thanking Qin Yu, they immediately sat down with their legs crossed and consumed spiritual pills to recover from their injuries. Qin Yu did not ask any questions. He continued to absorb the spiritual qi and cultivate while destroying the contract soul seal. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth circled around him like clouds and mist. More than half of the mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Qin Yu chose this mountain peak to cultivate because he knew there was a spiritual vein hidden in it. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was much richer than other places. After 5 days, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong's injuries were completely healed. Bai Qingyu and Yunxi had already recovered. However, they did not disturb Qin Yu when they saw him cultivating diligently. They cultivated quietly. They had also benefited from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that Qin Yu had gathered. "Is there anything you want to ask?" Qin Yu opened his eyes and looked at Yun Guxuan and the other 3, who were staring at him as if they wanted to say something. "Well, Junior Qin Yu, the Sacred Land Ancient Seal, Yun Guxuan and the other 3 looked at each other and spoke slowly. "I've already obtained it," Qin Yu said straightforwardly. Yun Guxuan and the other 3 were stunned. If Qin Yu hadn't gotten it yet, then they could legitimately invite Qin Yu to join them. But now that Qin Yu had it, it was not easy for them to ask. "Do you know that there's a force called the Hua clan in Qingju?" This time, without waiting for Yun Guxuan and the others to speak, Qin Yu spoke first. "Hua family. Is it the Hua clan that controls one of the super dynasties, the Qingzhan dynasty?" As the prince of the Zhenwu dynasty, Wu Qinglong obviously knew a lot about the dynasty forces in the Qing province. "I remember now. Among the children of the Qingju continent, the one with the strongest talent is from the Hua clan. I heard that he possesses an extremely rare 9th grade Xiantian realm." Yun Guxuan, who was in the middle of speaking, stopped abruptly as he looked at Qin Yu in shock. Wu Qinglong, Bai Qingyu, and Yunxi had the same thought as Yun Guxuan. Based on their understanding of Qin Yu would never ask about the Hua family for no reason. Could it be? There's no need to guess. That guy has been killed by me. Not only him, but the other children of the Qingju continent are also dead. Qin Yu said calmly. His tone was as if he had just killed some chickens and ducks. Since this matter had been seen by others, there was no need to hide it. Hiss. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yun Guxuan and the others could not help but gasp. Even though they knew about Qin Yu's past achievements, they were still shocked. One should know that a genius with a 9th grade Xiantian spiritual pulse would definitely become a martial ancestor in the future. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the Wu Sheng realm in the future. But now, he was killed by Qin Yu just like that. Now, a martial ancestor elder of the water fairy sacred ground has his eyes on me. "I don't know when he will come," Qin Yu said again. "An elder of the water fairy sacred ground?" Yun Guxuan and the others' faces changed drastically. The weakest elder of the water fairy sacred ground was at least a martial ancestor. Moreover, the status of a martial ancestor in the sacred ground was different from that of the Yun family fort and the Zhenwu dynasty. Qin Yu actually dared to provoke an elder of the sacred ground. "Since you have recovered from your injuries, you may leave." Qin Yu takes a look at them. He slowly closes his eyes and asks them to leave. Whoosh. Yunxi and Bai Qingyu wanted to say something, but Qin Yu waved his right hand and a violent hurricane appeared. In the next moment, the 4 of them disappeared from the mountain peak and were sent flying dozens of feet away. "Let's go." Looking at the mountain peak that was surrounded by clouds, Yun Guxuan and Wu Qinglong fell silent and turned to leave. Qin Yu was not afraid of the martial ancestor experts of the sacred ground, but they could not. If they were involved, they would not even have a corpse left. Bai Qingyu and Yunxi, who looked gloomy, followed silently. At this moment, they realized even more clearly how enormous the disparity between their world and Qin Yu's was. Once he left, he would probably become a person from 2 different worlds. At the peak of the mountain, Qin Yu continued to cultivate. If it was only to offend the Hua family, Qin Yu would not mind helping them again. After all, they had some friendship. However, since it involved the entire water fairy sacred ground, the situation was different. Boom. Half a month later, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the dense spiritual qi, emitted a terrifying fluctuation. After this period of cultivation, Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by another realm. 5th level martial royal realm, 12 branch dragon veins, 12 times the cultivation speed of the innate spiritual meridians. Even though Qin Yu focused on refining his true essence and consolidating his foundation, his cultivation was also breaking through quickly. Another 10 days later, the sacred ground ancient seal in Qin Yu's Sumeru ring suddenly trembled. Qin Yu opened his eyes. After absorbing all the spiritual qi in his body, he flew away from the mountain peak. After an hour, following the guidance of the sacred land's ancient seal, Qin Yu arrived before an ancient palace. There were only 5 geniuses gathered in the palace. The number of people was pitifully small. This time, the water fairy sacred ground only had a total of 30 ancient seals. After Qin Yu killed Huoluoyuan and the others, he had obtained a total of 22 ancient seals. This year, the water fairy sacred ground would have the least number of new disciples. After waiting for 4 hours, only 2 geniuses showed up. Time's up. Those who are not here will be eliminated. Take out your sacred ground ancient seals. At that moment, a few martial ancestor elders appeared in the teleportation array in the main hall. Hearing that, Qin Yu and the others took out their respective sacred lands' ancient seals. Damn, this guy. So many ancient seals. How many people did he kill? I heard that the 5 scions of Qing province were all killed. Could it be him? The 7 martial royal geniuses were shocked when they saw the pile of sacred ground ancient seals that Qin Yu took out. From today onwards, you will officially enter the sacred ground to cultivate. Follow us. However, the martial ancestor elders were not surprised at all. It was as if they already knew and did not say anything. Immediately, Qin Yu and the others followed the martial ancestor elders and entered the teleportation array. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The teleportation array activated and Qin Yu and the others disappeared in an instant. When Qin Yu and the others reappeared, they were on a huge stone platform. The stone platform was located at the peak of a stone mountain. Spiritual qi lingered in the distance like clouds. Within the clouds of spirit qi, one could see palaces and palaces. What was surprising was that almost all the palaces were floating in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was like a paradise on earth. Chapter 124. This is the water fairy sacred ground. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is 10 times denser than the outside world. It is indeed a cultivation holy land. The few martial royal realm geniuses looked at the water fairy sacred ground excitedly. If they were to cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation speed would increase by at least several times. After Qin Yu's gaze swept through his surroundings, he looked to the distance, to the enormous mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The mountain was strange and it looked like a blooming daffodil. On top of the giant peak, there were many simple and unadorned ancient palaces. The scale of these palaces far exceeded the surrounding palaces. The towering mountain was the water fairy peak. The true water fairy sacred ground was on the water fairy peak. Qin Yu's goal was to sneak into the water fairy peak and find out about his mother's situation. However, the water fairy sacred ground had a rule that one had to be a core disciple to enter the water fairy peak. There were 2 ways to become a core disciple. First, to become a martial honorable. Second, to become the champion of the annual outer sect fighting meet. This is only the outskirts of the sacred ground. That mountain is the true sacred ground. The few elders who brought Qin Yu and the rest in explained the rules of the sacred ground to them. The situation was similar to what Qin Yu knew. After explaining the rules of the sacred ground, Qin Yu and the rest were brought to a palace. There were tens of thousands of outer disciples in the water fairy sacred ground. Thus, the normal outer disciples lived in groups. Only the top-ranked disciples had their own palaces to live in. Of course, if one was confident in his own strength, he could challenge the top-ranked disciples. There were many rules in the water fairy sacred ground, but they followed the law of the jungle. If one wanted to be treated well, he had to fight for it with his own strength. Swoosh. At that moment, a figure flew over from the mountain in the distance. It was an elder of martial ancestor realm level 8. His force of heaven and earth had reached level 6. Elder Xiong. When the few elders saw the elder, they bowed respectfully. They were just normal elders of the martial honorable realm, and they were only in charge of the outer sect. They were nothing compared to the core elder of the martial ancestor realm. You are Qin Yu. Elder Xiong does not pay attention to those several people. His eyes sweep around and fall on Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Since his surname was Xiong, he should not be from the Hua family. I am Xiong Jian, a core elder. Are you willing to be my disciple? After carefully sizing up Qin Yu, Xiong Jian shows a satisfied expression. Disciple? Qin Yu was shocked. The other 7 new disciples were all looking at Qin Yu with envy. Being chosen by a core martial ancestor sect elder the moment he entered the sacred grounds. This treatment caused them to be rather envious. Thank you for your kind intentions, elder. However, I have just entered the Holy Land and have no intention of becoming a disciple for the time being. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Yu actually directly refused. You disciple, elder disciple? Xiong Jian, who had his hands behind his back and was ready to accept Qin Yu, doubted his ears. He was a core elder of the martial ancestor realm. How could he be rejected by a disciple? Yes. Qin Yu nodded his head. A teacher was a teacher for a day and a father for life. In Qin Yu's heart, other than the master who had taught him the martial path in his previous life. No matter how strong the others were, they were not qualified to be his master. Qin Yu, you have to think carefully. If you offend the Hua family, it will be difficult for you to survive in the Holy Land if you don't find a backer. Xiong Jian frowned his brows and said, Thank you for your reminder. Qin Yu smiled and rejected again. Although the water fairy Holy Land followed the law of the jungle, it was only between the disciples. The elders could not casually attack the disciples. With Qin Yu's current strength, even if he did not use the Azure Dragon battle the Heavens Array, he could fight a martial honorable. As long as it was not a martial ancestor realm Holy Sun, there was nothing to be afraid of. Xiong Jian looked deeply at Qin Yu and did not say anything. He turned and left. As for those martial revered elders and new disciples, they all looked at Qin Yu like they were looking at an idiot. Qin Yu gave up such an opportunity. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Yu did not pay attention to those new disciples. He directly entered the palace and chose a residence. Qin Yu, who had closed the door, quickly put the matter of Xiong Jian taking in a disciple to the back of his mind and entered the 7-star ancient pagoda. After 2 months in the 100 countries battlefield, a third of the soul contract of the skeleton Ghost King had been destroyed. However, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for it to be completely destroyed. Just in time. At that time, the outer sect martial gathering will be around. Qin Yu thought to himself. When the soul contract was destroyed and the skeleton Ghost King was refined, he would have a chance to become a core disciple. At that time, he would be able to refine the 9 serenities Hell Dragon Blood and save his mother. But before that, he had to master the martial skills that he was cultivating. The destructive divine fist, shrinking ground, and 9 dragons fighting in the sky were all royal martial skills. Qin Yu could still use them when he was in the sky martial realm and martial king realm. But now, his cultivation had reached LV5 martial royal realm and he had strong attainments in body tempering. If he wanted to unleash his full combat strength, he had to cultivate a martial honorable martial skill. As for the Azure Dragon fighting in the sky and the killing formation, Qin Yu did not plan to use them for the time being. After investigating his mother's situation, Qin Yu decided to keep a low profile. In addition to the martial skills, it was time to unseal the grade of the hell-suppressing divine spear. Normally speaking, an Earth-rank spiritual weapon was suitable for martial emperors to martial honorables. But the hell-suppressing divine spear was a special spiritual weapon that could increase one's strength. When the seal was unsealed and it was upgraded to the heaven rank, Qin Yu's strength would increase tremendously. At that moment, in an ancient palace surrounded by spiritual qi on the water fairy peak. 4th Elder. A martial honorable man entered the palace and bowed respectfully to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. Have you found out where that little bastard came from? The old man was the martial grandmaster from the Hua clan, Hua Yang, who had attacked Qin Yu in the 100 countries battlefield. Yes, I have. The martial honorable man handed over the information about Qin Yu. Zhenwu dynasty? Qin clan? Huiyang frowned after reading the information. How could someone from a small clan from a small dynasty possess such combat strength? From the information, Qin Yu's background was that he was an alchemy master and a blacksmith master. With such a background, the Hu clan could easily crush him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Fourth elder, do you need the clan to send someone to the Zhenwu dynasty? The martial honorable asked. I heard that old man Xiongjian has already gone to see him. We can't act rashly now. Huiyang shook his head slightly. The rules of the water fairy sacred land were loose, but there were also some that could not be violated. Disciples or elders of the sect who had grievances with each other could fight in the life and death arena. If they took revenge on the opponent's clan, it would be a great taboo. Of course, after Qin Yu died, the sacred land would not interfere with the extermination of the Qin clan. After thinking for a while, Huiyang smiled sinisterly and left the palace. Although he could not attack the Qin clan now, he could still attack Qin Yu. Chapter 125. Dragon God's Sky Tyrant Fist, True Dragon's 7 Flashes, Lightning Spear Explosion. In the room, Qin Yu carefully selected for a while before finally choosing these 3 martial skills. These 3 martial skills were all Zong stage martial skills. After a martial artist stepped into the martial ancestor realm, the choice of martial skill would be decided by the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended. If it was different from the power of heaven and earth that they comprehended, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the martial skill. Although Qin Yu had not comprehended the power of heaven and earth, that was because his cultivation was too low. In his previous life, he was proficient in dozens of types of power of heaven and earth. And the comprehension of the power of heaven and earth was like the memory of the soul. Once comprehended, it would not be forgotten. When Qin Yu's cultivation increased, he would naturally grasp the power of heaven and earth that he comprehended in his previous life. Qin Yu, in his soul state, took out the hell-suppressing divine spear after familiarizing himself with the ancient dragon god seal. When Qin Yu first obtained the hell-suppressing divine spear, he could tell that the power of the Hell Demon King was sealed in the spear. Hell was a great world that was as famous as the heaven domain in the myriad of worlds. The Hell Demon King had the weakest cultivation and was also Wusheng. A powerful demon king was even comparable to a martial emperor. It was also because of this that Qin Yu was helpless against the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear. But now, he was no longer the small earth martial realm. After triggering the seal of the hell-suppressing divine spear and making it float in front of him, Qin Yu quickly formed seals with his hands. Battle Dragon True Qi surged and mysterious ancient seals entered the hell-suppressing divine spear. Not long after, the mysterious spirit patterns on the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with a black light. Roar. In the next moment, a roar that could shatter the soul came from the hell-suppressing divine spear. In a daze, Qin Yu appeared in a boundless hell. In front of him, a ferocious demon king that was 100 feet tall roared at him. The sound waves were ear-splitting. That immersive sense of reality made one feel as if they had really come to hell. Since you don't even have consciousness, just let it dissipate. Why bother? In Qin Yu's mind, the divine dragon ancient seal trembled, and the pressure emitted by the Hell Demon King's remnant soul immediately disappeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, the hell-suppressing divine spear glowed with spirit inscriptions and trembled continuously. Countless tiny runes appeared on the skull at the end of the spear. 2 pitch-black rays of light lit up in the hollow eyes of the skeleton. A violent and terrifying aura was emitted from the hell-suppressing godly spear. At this moment, the hell-suppressing godly spear seemed to possess its own intelligence. Hey! Could it be that an artifact spirit has been born? The dragon soul sensed something. It's just the beginning. Qin Yu smiled. Although it was only at the initial stage, this was already a sign of the birth of an artifact spirit. Once a spiritual artifact gave birth to a true artifact spirit, it would advance to a sacred artifact, which was quite rare. The grade of this hell-suppressing divine spear was much higher than he had imagined. After selecting the martial skill and unsealing the hell-suppressing godly spear, Qin Yu took out the spirit array disc. Before this, Qin Yu had only used the spirit array disc to seal the heavenly killing array. But now, the Fire Thunder Dragon body had reached the 6th transformation, and his physical body was strong enough to withstand the backlash of the killing array entering his body. Therefore, it was time for the spirit array disc to display its true use. Qin Yu took out a Sumeru ring and poured his true essence into it. Thousands of spiritual materials appeared in front of him. Qin Yu began to refine the spiritual materials, inscribe the spirit array, draw the array diagram, extract the spirit array, and seal it into the spirit array disc. While Qin Yu was inscribing numerous spiritual arrays, time quietly passed. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion was heard. Someone was attacking the defensive array outside the palace. Qin Yu, who was inscribing spirit inscriptions, frowned slightly. It was a great taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. Who dared to be so unscrupulous? Qin Yu, get out here. The next moment, an arrogant voice came from the palace. Someone from the Hua family? Qin Yu immediately understood. In the Narcissus sacred land, he only had grudges with the Hua family. It was most likely the Hua family that came looking for him at this time. Looking at the half-completed array diagram, Qin Yu ignored the clamor outside and continued to inscribe spirit arrays. Qin Yu, get out here. At this moment, the clamor outside the palace continued to sound. In the surrounding palaces, many disciples of the sacred land were attracted. Outside the palace, there was a group of youths standing outside the palace's array, constantly clamoring. Xia Tianyi, Jiyu Wenbo, Qi Peng. What's going on? 3 of the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect are here. Qin Yu. Who is this person? I don't know. Oh right, isn't that palace prepared for newcomers? It can't be. How could a newcomer offend the top 10 ruthless people in the outer sect? That's hard to say. I heard that in this year's 100 Countries tournament, someone killed all the children of Qingju. I heard that too. Even the genius of the Hua family couldn't escape the calamity. Could it be? Qin Yu did it. The gathered outer sect disciples all started to discuss spiritedly. Creak. After a quarter of an hour, the palace's door was opened. Qin Yu walked out from the group of new disciples who were nervously peeking at the situation outside. The clamor of the group of youths and the discussion of the surrounding disciples all disappeared. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Yu, who walked over with an indifferent expression. You're Qin Yu? In front of the group of youths, a burly youth stared fiercely at Qin Yu. This burly youth was called Xia Tianyi. He was currently ranked 5th in the top 10 and his battle strength was astonishing. Did the Hua family send you? After Qin Yu glanced at Xia Tianyi and the others, his expression slightly changed and he looked at a pavilion not far away. He could clearly sense a tyrannical killing intent from the pavilion. At this moment, Hua Yang was staring at Qin Yu with a sneer on his face. After killing the genius of the Hua family, Qin Yu still wanted to peacefully cultivate in the sacred ground. Wishful thinking. Beside the pavilion, in a palace, there was also a figure watching the battle. This person was Xiong Jian, who wanted to take Qin Yu as his disciple. Xiong Jian crossed his arms as he watched with interest. He naturally knew that the Hua family was looking for trouble with Qin Yu. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would have already tried to rope them in, given the enmity between him and the Hua family. However, Xiong Jian was still brooding over Qin Yu's rejection. Recalling Qin Yu's straightforward manner of rejecting him, Xiong Jian felt somewhat displeased. Qin Yu is too arrogant. Only when he is trampled under someone's foot will he know how much weight he has. At that time, Qin Yu would no longer refuse to take him as his master. Brat, you're pretty bold. You even dared to provoke the Hua family. Xia Tianyi wore a sinister smile as he clenched his fists tightly. You guys are pretty bold to provoke me, said Qin Yu indifferently. You're really arrogant. Let me see what you're capable of. A cold light flickered in Xia Tianyi's eyes as the sinister smile on his face deepened. Before he finished speaking, Xia Tianyi formed a palm with his right hand and sent a palm towards Qin Yu. Whoosh! When he sent out his palm, a violent gale whistled and the sharp sound of wind breaking was so sharp that it hurt the eardrums. Chapter 126. You're overestimating yourself. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he charged forward. Dragon God Sky Fist. As he charged forward, the majestic true origin of the battle dragon and boundless physical strength converged on Qin Yu's right fist. Bang! Without any unnecessary movements, Qin Yu threw out a simple punch. A tyrannical and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, causing the air to explode with a deafening explosion. This brat, Xia Tianyi, who was attacking with his palm, was shocked when he felt the power of Qin Yu's punch. However, it was too late for him to change his attack. Soul attack. Xia Tianyi's eyes flashed with determination as he forcefully used his soul attack. Crack. In the next moment, the fist and palm collided. Xia Tianyi's violent palm wind was shattered by the punch. Then, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! My hand. Xia Tianyi's entire right arm was folded to his shoulder by the punch. It was a mess of flesh and bones. Xia Tianyi, lost. How is this possible? Did he hide his cultivation level? The onlooking disciples looked at Xia Tianyi, who was screaming in agony. They were all shocked and in disbelief. Xia Tianyi, who was ranked 5th among the top 10 outer disciples and whose cultivation level was at the peak of the half-step martial honorable realm. His arm was crippled by a LV5 martial royal realm disciple with a single punch. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. What happened just now? The soul attack did not work on him. Jiyu Wenbo and Qi Peng, who were also in the top 10 outer disciples, were also shocked. They were ranked higher than Xia Tianyi. However, their strength was not strong enough to defeat Xia Tianyi easily. With the combat strength that Qin Yu had just displayed, none of them were a match for Qin Yu. More importantly, they could not figure out what Qin Yu had done just now. Did he dodge Xia Tianyi's soul attack, or did he really make the soul attack ineffective? It's your turn. However, at this moment, Qin Yu's indifferent and even ice-cold gaze landed on Jiyu Wenbo and them. Since these people were willing to be the Hua family's mad dogs, then they shouldn't blame him for being merciless. Whoosh! Qin Yu tiptoed and turned into a ray of light, appearing directly in front of them. He punched out with both fists, and a terrifying fist aura immediately exploded. You actually dare to fight against so many of us by yourself? Arrogant! Jiyu Wenbo, Qi Peng, and the others immediately dodged. Their faces were gloomy as they fought back with all their might. The surging true essence turned into destructive attacks that wreaked havoc in the void. Its power was shocking. Hidden soul attacks were mixed in with those destructive attacks. If it were an ordinary martial royal realm warrior, even if he had the strength to fight an enemy of a higher realm, he would definitely not be able to avoid the silent soul attack. Unfortunately, Qin Yu was not an ordinary martial royal realm cultivator. He easily dodged the soul attacks. Peng peng peng. A series of low and deep crashing sounds and miserable cries could be heard continuously. The group of youths who had been hooting incessantly before now either had their arms or legs broken, lying on the ground and howling miserably. You! What exactly is your cultivation? Qi Peng, who was a few feet away from Qin Yu, turned pale and looked at Qin Yu with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. A martial royal realm warrior would definitely not be so powerful. Could he be a martial honorable? Qin Yu's expression was indifferent as he chased after Qi Peng and punched out, breaking both of Qi Peng's arms. Didn't you say you were going to keep a low profile? This is not considered keeping a low profile. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal grinned. Just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Qin Yu calmly withdrew his fist. Although he kept a low profile, if someone came looking for trouble, he would naturally not shrink back and do nothing. After this battle, no one would be foolish enough to risk their lives for the Hua clan. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an extremely soft sound could be heard. Immediately, Qi Peng, whose arms had been broken by Qin Yu, suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. What happened? The spectating disciples, who were still discussing Qin Yu's strength, fell silent at this moment. Qi Peng died just like that. At this moment, the disciples, who were originally only afraid of Qin Yu, had fear in their eyes. Obviously, they all thought that Qi Peng was killed by Qin Yu. Xia Tianyi and the others, who had been crying out in pain, were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their souls left their bodies. The water fairy sacred ground had a clear rule. Apart from the life and death ring, the disciples were not allowed to kill each other in private fights. Qin Yu was a newcomer, yet he dared to openly defy the sacred ground's rules. What exactly was his background? Boom! Almost at the same time, a terrifying force of the heavens and earth came crashing down like a mountain. Numerous figures could be seen flying out of one of the pavilions like swallows. The one leading them was Huiyang. Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at Huiyang and the others who had appeared. A look of realization appeared in his eyes. No wonder they sent a few half-step martial honorables to deal with him after seeing how Hua Luoyuan and the others were killed. It turned out that the Hua clan had been planning this from the beginning. His trying to frame you. Looking at the pool of flesh and blood, Dragon Soul also reacted and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since it was not him or Qin Yu, it could only be the Hua clan that killed this person by exploding himself. How dare you openly defy the sacred ground's rules and kill the disciples of the glory sect? You are so vicious. Today, I will kill you on behalf of the glory sect. Sure enough, as soon as Huiyang appears, he shouts sternly in a righteous manner and immediately attacks Qin Yu. In the sky, a dark golden light flashed and turned into a giant golden beast. With a violent killing intent, it pounced on Qin Yu. His golden force had reached 70%. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly. He took a few steps and his body flashed 7 times in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant golden beast. Puff. However, although the power of the 7 true dragon flashes was shocking, Qin Yu was still grazed by the giant golden beast. With rank 8 martial ancestor realm and 70% force of heaven and earth, even if Huiyang's attack only grazed him, it also made Qin Yu's face turn pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu did not expose the killing array under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Zhenwu royal family, Yun family fought, Zhu family fought and the others could not see through the killing array. However, the Narcissus sacred ground was different. After all, Wu Sheng was here. The killing array was one of Qin Yu's greatest trump cards. Before he took action to save his mother, he could not expose it to the Narcissus sacred ground. Otherwise, he would be targeted by countless people. He dodged it. Huiyang's eyes darkened. He, a martial ancestor, had not killed Qin Yu directly. This made him feel that his face had turned somewhat ugly. Huiyang, as a core elder, how could you attack a new disciple? Do you have any shame? Just as Huiyang was about to attack again, a lazy voice sounded. A silhouette flew over from the sky and appeared in front of Qin Yu. It was Xiong Jian, who had been watching the show, who had attacked. To be honest, when Huiyang attacked without hesitation, he thought that Qin Yu would definitely die. However, he did not expect Qin Yu to escape from Huiyang's attack. This made Xiong Jian even more satisfied with Qin Yu. In the entire sage sect, there was no other martial emperor who could avoid the attack of a martial ancestor. Chapter 127. Xiong Jian. Huiyang's eyes turned sinister and his killing intent towards Xiong Jian was even higher than Qin Yu's. Qin Yu was just an ant and there were plenty of chances to kill him. However, Xiong Jian was a great enemy that he had yet to get rid of. The two of them had been at loggerheads for dozens of years and both of them had secretly attacked each other, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that Xiong Jian had appeared, it was clear that he wanted to protect Qin Yu and go against him. Xiong Jian, this brat has openly violated the rules and killed a disciple of the sacred sect. Are you trying to protect him? Huiyang said coldly as he stared at Xiong Jian and Qin Yu and his killing intent intensified. I also watched the battle earlier. From start to finish, I did not see him kill anyone. A cold smile appeared on Xiong Jian's face as he retorted. If he didn't kill Qi Peng, how could Qi Peng have died? Huiyang's eyes were cold as he took a step forward and the golden aura around him swept out and shook the clouds. You were the one who sent him. Why would he suddenly self-destruct? I'll have to ask you. An ancient long sword appeared in Xiong Jian's hand and a sharp sword aura burst out. Between heaven and earth, the 5 elements, weapons, fists, and other forces of heaven and earth were the easiest to comprehend. What Huiyang had comprehended was the golden aura of the metal element. On the other hand, Xiong Jian had comprehended the sword aura. Although Xiong Jian's sword aura was 10% weaker than Huiyang's. However, with the help of the spiritual sword in his hand, Xiong Jian's battle strength wasn't any weaker than Huiyang's. This was the reason why some martial ancestor realm cultivators had high-grade spiritual weapons while others didn't. If the spiritual weapon didn't match the force of heaven and earth that one had comprehended, then it was better not to use it to avoid conflict. Everyone saw Qi Peng's death. It was done by this little bastard. If you dare to protect him, then you're seriously violating the rules. You should know what the consequences are, right? Huiyang snorted coldly as the golden aura around him solidified. Even the air seemed to have solidified. Is that so? Then I'd like to ask, who saw him kill Qi Peng with their own eyes? Xiong Jian didn't show any weakness as the ancient sword in his hand lit up with sword runes and the sword aura emitted became even more terrifying. Could it be? Hearing Xiong Jian's words, Xia Tianyi and Jiyu Wenbo seemed to have understood something as they both looked at Xiong Jian. Indeed, they had not seen Qin Yu kill Qi Peng before this. If it wasn't Qin Yu, then it was most likely Huiyang. Could it be that the Hu clan was using them as pawns to plot against Qin Yu? Qi Peng died after he crippled both of his arms. Xiong Jian, no matter how much you talk, don't even think about twisting the truth and covering up the fact that he killed a disciple of the Holy Land. Noticing Xia Tianyi and Xia Tianyi's gazes, the cold killing intent in Huiyang's eyes intensified. Huiyang, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. But Qin Yu, as long as I'm here, you can't touch him. Xiong Jian's ancient sword moved, and the sword momentum suddenly condensed. Vaguely, it turned into an invisible giant sword. At this moment, Xiong Jian's entire being seemed to have transformed into a ferocious sword that had been unsheathed. It was as if he wanted to slaughter the world. Old man, you set up this trap to frame me. You just want to avenge your Hu clan's genius, right? Just as Huiyang and Xiong Jian were facing off with killing intent, Qin Yu stood out. As expected, he was the one who killed Hu Luoyuan. It looks like Xia Tianyi and the others were sent by Elder Hu to deal with him. Unfortunately, he has Elder Xiong behind him. Xia Tianyi and the others must be regretting it now. The surrounding disciples who had retreated far away began to discuss. How dare you kill a disciple of the Hu clan? Do you think Xiong Jian can protect you? Speaking of Hu Luoyuan, Huiyang's face twitched and his killing intent grew stronger. How about this? I'll give you a fair chance to kill me. How about that? Qin Yu smiled as if he did not see the killing intent in Huiyang's eyes. Qin Yu's words not only stunned the surrounding disciples, but even Huiyang and Xiong Jian. A fair chance to kill him? What did Qin Yu mean by that? The 5 people behind you must be the geniuses of the Hu clan. Qin Yu smiled as he looked at the 5 martial honorables behind Huiyang. 4 rank 3 martial honorables and 1 rank 2 martial honorable. From their age, they could be considered geniuses in the Narcissus Holy Land. What are you trying to say? Huiyang's eyes flashed as he vaguely understood Qin Yu's words. However, he found it hard to believe. Xiong Jian furrowed his brows as he understood the meaning behind Qin Yu's words. Do you dare to enter the life and death ring and fight to the death? Qin Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a proud look appeared on his face. Life and death ring? No way, he dares to enter the life and death ring with a core disciple. This fellow is too arrogant. One after another, cries of alarm sounded. All of the surrounding disciples were looking at Qin Yu with incomparable shock. One had to know that the difference between a martial honorable and a true martial honorable was like heaven and earth. Not to mention others, a true martial saint would be proficient in using soul attacks. This was the difference between a martial dominator and a half-martial highness. If one was not a martial honorable, no matter how strong a spiritual treasure was, one would not be able to defend against a soul attack. Are you serious? An eerie voice rang out. Behind Huiyang, a youth with cold eyes stared at Qin Yu. He was one of the 5 core disciples and was only a rank 2 martial honorable. Of course, I am serious. Let's see if you dare to accept my challenge. If you don't, then scram. Don't appear in front of me again. You are an eyesore. Qin Yu looked disdainfully at the 5 core disciples and provoked them. Hua Yang's eyes flashed with surprise as he could not guess Qin Yu's intentions. Could Qin Yu, who was only a rank 5 martial royal, be able to fight against a martial honorable? If not, Qin Yu would be digging his own grave by proposing a life and death battle. Since you want to die, I will satisfy you. When the youth heard Sumo's words, his eyes twitched and killing intent surged in his eyes. Then lead the way to the life and death ring. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. Since it was no longer something that could be avoided by keeping a low profile, he might as well go all out. Since Hua Yang wanted to kill him by framing him, then he would use a bloody method to return the favor. What is this brat doing? Xiong Jian followed Qin Yu to the life and death ring. He looked at Qin Yu's calm face and could not guess what Qin Yu's intentions were. Once they entered the life and death ring, even the core elders would not be able to intervene. Not long later, the Hua family brought Qin Yu to the life and death ring. When the news of the outer disciple and the core disciple of the Hua family had entered the life and death ring, many disciples of the Narcissus Holy Land had gathered. This little bastard is not simple. Don't be careless. At the crucial moment, use your trump card. Hua Yang looked at Qin Yu, who had jumped onto the life and death ring, and sent a message to the youth with killing intent. Fourth elder, don't worry. No matter what trump card he has, he will definitely die today. The youth smiled viciously and jumped onto the life and death ring. The two of them were 100 feet apart as they faced each other. Strong killing intent surged from their bodies. Chapter 128. Brat, remember that my name is Hua Yang. If you can die by my hands. A mocking smile appeared on the sinister youth's face as he looked at Qin Yu like a cat staring at a mouse. I'm not interested in remembering the name of someone who's about to die. But before Hua Yang could finish his words, Qin Yu's figure flashed as he charged forward. Whoosh! Qin Yu moved his right hand and the hell-suppressing divine spear appeared as he attacked. The spear pierced through the air, causing the air to explode as a terrifying aura swept out. Heaven-grade spiritual weapon? Hua Yang and Xiong Jian, who were below the life and death ring, were shocked. Qin Yu actually had a heaven-grade spiritual weapon? This was very different from what they had investigated. One must know that only martial ancestors would have a heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Could it be that Qin Yu possessed some sort of background and connections that they did not know of? So this is your trump card. A heaven-grade spiritual weapon. What a waste. Hua Yang stared at the hell-suppressing divine spear as greed flickered in his eyes. Although he was a direct descendant of the Hua clan, he only had an earth-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Yu's heaven-grade spiritual weapon was simply a gift to him. Chaotic soul stab. Facing Qin Yu's terrifying attack, the sinister smile on Hua Yang's face deepened. He formed a seal with both hands, and a tyrannical and violent true essence blade appeared on his body, slashing out furiously. Many invisible spiritual dark thorns appeared almost instantaneously. There was not even the slightest fluctuation. Hua Yang's proficiency in soul attacks was far from what Xia Tianyi and the others could compare to. Hua Yang has used a soul attack. I wonder how the newcomer is going to deal with it. Around the life and death ring, the martial honorable realm core disciples and elders felt the spiritual attack. 7 true dragon flashes. Qin Yu, who was charging forward, took a step forward and his figure flashed as he teleported to Hua Yang's left side. Boom! The hell-suppressing divine spear exploded as 18 spear dragons appeared and enveloped Hua Yang. He actually sensed it. Seeing that Qin Yu dodged in time, Hua Yang was slightly surprised, but soon after, a cold smile appeared on his face. What could a mere monarch rank martial skill do to him? Next time, he would definitely kill Qin Yu. Whoosh! A cyan battle blade appeared in Hua Yang's hand. It slashed through the air and the 9 spear dragons were immediately shattered. The spear light and the saber turned into berserk and chaotic quintessence, sweeping through the life and death platform. But in the next moment, countless wisps of smoke appeared in front of Hua Yang. Hua Yang was startled. Looking around, Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen. Be careful. But at this moment, Huo-yang suddenly heard Huo-yang's anxious voice. Roar. Huo-yang had just reacted when he heard a dragon roar faintly enter his ears. Pu. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. Huo-yang's body stiffened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a spear that was emitting a pitch-black light pierced through his throat. The true Yuan shield around Huo-yang's body was like a piece of paper under the attack of the long spear, and was easily torn to pieces. How is this possible? Huo-yang's eyes popped out when he saw Qin Yu appear in front of him. He died with a grievance. Even until his death, Huo-yang did not understand why he did not notice Qin Yu earlier. At such a close distance, there was no reason for him not to see Qin Yu. Whoosh! Qin Yu withdrew his hand and pulled out his spear. Blood splattered everywhere as Huo-yang immediately fell to the ground. Huo-yang, die. The elder in charge of the life and death battle looked at Huo-yang and announced the outcome of the life and death battle. There were runes on his body earlier. Could it be an array? An array that can be activated in an instant. Is it an array diagram? It's a grade 4 illusory array. Although it's not a high-grade array, it can be activated in an instant and catch people off guard. However, Huo-yang was too careless. Indeed. With the strength of a martial honorable, he shouldn't have been defeated by an illusory array. Seeing Qin Yu easily win against a martial honorable, the crowd was filled with excitement. Around the life and death ring, the spectating disciples were in a heated discussion. Previously, they thought that Qin Yu was courting death by challenging a martial honorable. However, he did not expect that after only 2 bouts, Qin Yu would emerge victorious in such a straightforward manner. He can actually use the power of an array to fight. His battle experience and awareness are extraordinary. Even the elders of the martial ancestor sect who were secretly watching the fight were discussing their opinions. This was a typical battle where the weak defeated the strong and won beautifully. Even with their experience, they could not help but be impressed. Qin Yu's grasp of the rhythm of the battle was as if he had been through hundreds of battles. That damned bastard. Looking at Huo-yang, who was lying in a pool of blood, Huo-yang's face was so dark that it seemed as if it could drip water. No wonder Qin Yu took the initiative to enter the life and death ring. It turned out that he was purposely tricking them. First, it was Huo Yuan, who had a grade 9 innate spiritual vein. Now, it was Huo-yang, who was in the martial honorable realm. Huo-yang felt as if his heart was bleeding after seeing 2 talented geniuses fall. He could not wait to rush up to the life and death ring and kill Qin Yu. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiong Jian laughed heartily. The geniuses of the Huo family had died and he was naturally happy. Who's next? After keeping Huo-yang's spoils of war, Qin Yu looked at the 4 rank 3 martial honorables of the Huo family. It can't be. Qin Yu's indifferent voice immediately caused the originally heated discussion and clamor to disappear without a trace. Deathly silence filled the air. Everyone was looking at Qin Yu with an expression of disbelief. Although Qin Yu's victory in the battle earlier was extremely beautiful, there was too much luck involved in it. Now, Qin Yu actually wanted to challenge them again. Just how much confidence did he have in his own strength? Arrogant, I will destroy you. Seeing the undisguised contempt in Qin Yu's eyes, the 4 geniuses of the Huo family were enraged. Without waiting for Huo-yang to speak, a burly young man could not help but rush up to the life and death ring. Die. The moment the burly young man went up, a red iron rod appeared and smashed towards Qin Yu. On the iron rod, red spiritual inscriptions lit up and the entire iron rod started to burn with flames. Dang! Qin Yu swung his right hand and the hell-suppressing divine spear stabbed out. A deafening collision sounded and the flaming iron rod was knocked away. With the strength of his physical body, Qin Yu could withstand the attack of a rank 3 martial honorable without any problems. This scene once again caused the spectating elders and disciples to be endlessly shocked. Golden flame bloodline. The killing intent in the burly young man's eyes intensified as he shouted. A pale golden flame appeared behind him. After the pale golden flame appeared, it landed on the burly young man's body. Immediately, the burly young man's entire body was surrounded by the pale golden flame. The aura on his body also became more shocking. From the rank 3 martial ancestor realm, it rose to the rank 5 martial honorable realm. It's not over yet. After the bloodline had been awakened and increased his combat strength, the burly young man laughed coldly and flicked his finger. 5 flame talismans appeared and floated around the sturdy young man, giving off an intimidating aura. Chapter 129. That's a talisman made by a martial ancestor realm expert. 5 talismans at once. That's too extravagant. As expected of a super family with deep roots in the sacred ground. Their foundation is extraordinary. Seeing the 5 flame talismans around the burly youth, many disciples were envious. The talismans made by a martial ancestor realm expert were all sealed with the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to make a martial ancestor realm spiritual treasure. It was priceless on the market. In the sacred sect, only a few big families could give their disciples 5 talismans to protect themselves. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Huiyang's gloomy face. His smile was ferocious and terrifying. 5 martial ancestor realm spiritual talismans. Qin Yu was definitely dead this time. Qin Yu looked at the 5 flame talismans. His expression did not change at all. He held the Warden Divine Spear tightly in his right hand. His majestic true core strength and physical strength surged into the spear, emitting a shocking power. Die. The burly youth immediately sensed it. With a roar, he turned into a flame and rushed out. Whoosh whoosh. A low and deafening flame appeared. The burly youth smashed the rod in the air again. This time, the power was far stronger than before. The violent flame rod seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. At the same time, the 5 flame talismans shot toward Qin Yu from 5 different directions. Buzz buzz buzz. Qin Yu did not panic. He opened the 5 fingers of his left hand and a 5-foot-wide mysterious array appeared instantly. The attacking burly youth and the 5 flame talismans were instantly enveloped by the mysterious array. In the blink of an eye, rays of golden light shone from the mysterious formation. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Following the appearance of the golden light, the sturdy young man who was charging over with his staff was imprisoned by the golden light. The golden light looked like light, but it was as hard as golden silk. It was tough and sharp. This brat. Feeling the power of the golden light that imprisoned him, the burly youth's expression changed. He did not expect Qin Yu to have such a terrifying spiritual array. Even with his current enhanced battle prowess, he was immediately bound and unable to move. Fortunately, Qin Yu's cultivation was far weaker than his. If they were to fight at the same level, he would probably be dead by now. That's a 7th grade spirit array, gold binding array. It can't be, right? Even a rank 7 spiritual array can be instantly released. Where did this guy come from? The onlookers, who were shocked by the Hua family's wealth, were now attracted by Qin Yu's golden binding formation. Although the formation diagram could seal the formation, it would take some time to unseal it. Only extremely precious high-grade formation diagrams could instantly release the sealed formation. However, Qin Yu had first taken out a grade 4 psychedelic formation, and now a grade 7 gold binding formation. This made people suspect that Qin Yu was also someone with a great background. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to take out such a high-level instantaneous formation. Bang! 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 At this moment, although the robust young man was imprisoned, he did not lose his calm. He immediately controlled the 5 flame spiritual talismans and attacked fiercely. In the next moment, one after another, deafening explosions sounded. Destructive flames swept across the entire life and death ring and turned it into a sea of fire. Even the protective array around the life and death ring trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any time. What's the outcome? Below the life and death ring, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Holy Land or the elders. At this moment, they were all staring at the life and death ring that was completely engulfed in violent flames. Looking at the power of the 5 flame spiritual talismans, even a peak martial honorable might not be able to survive. Qin Yu's cultivation was only at rank 5 martial royal realm, and the robust young man was imprisoned by the gold binding formation. Could it be that the two of them had suffered great losses and perished together? Da. Under the gazes of the crowd, Clear footsteps sounded. Soon, a figure walked out of the sea of fire. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the person who walked out, a crazed howl could be heard. It was Huiyang. His face was ferocious and his eyes were red as he stared at Qin Yu in the life and death ring. On the long spear in Qin Yu's right hand, there was a bloody corpse. It was the robust young man. This made Huiyang go crazy and he could not believe it. He could not understand why the 5 spiritual talismans that sealed the force of heaven and earth were unable to kill Qin Yu. Not only Huiyang, but Xiong Jian and the other martial ancestor elders were also shocked. Even they could not understand the means that Qin Yu had used. Looking at the martial ancestor elders who were staring at him in shock, Qin Yu threw out the broken array formation and it turned into ashes in the flames. That fluctuation, rank 8 array formation? Could there be an array master behind this brat? Xiong Jian and the other martial ancestor elders had sharp eyes and they immediately identified the rank of the broken array formation. A rank 8 array formation was enough to block the attack of a martial ancestor realm. Some powerful rank 8 offensive array formations could even kill a martial ancestor realm. In order to refine a rank 8 array formation, one's attainment in array formation had to be at least at the level of an array master. Bang! Qin Yu moved his right hand and the robust young man's corpse was thrown in front of Huiyang. Which of you 3 will go first? Or do you all want to come at me together? Qin Yu stood in the fighting ring and looked down at the 3 young men around Huiyang. When the 3 young men heard what Huiyang said, their faces changed. With the previous example of Huiyang, they did not dare to enter the ring. I'll kill you. Huiyang, however, cannot hide his killing intent. He shouts and rushes at Qin Yu as fast as a falcon. Seeing this, Xiong Jian sneered and did not stop Huiyang. Whoosh! But just as Huiyang was about to enter the life and death ring, a destructive hurricane suddenly appeared. Bang! Huiyang was sent flying as if he had been hit by a giant beast and his aura was in a mess. Elder Hu, are you going against the rules of the Glory Sect? The purple-robed elder in charge of the life and death ring said indifferently as he waved his sleeve and the hurricane disappeared. No one could interfere with the life and death of anyone in the life and death ring and no one could take revenge. That was one of the rules of the Narcissus sacred ground. 90% force of heaven and earth. Qin Yu looked at the purple-robed elder with a flicker in his eyes. He was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm and his force of heaven and earth had reached 90%. The elder's cultivation was even more powerful than the Qingju governor and he was probably at the level of Wu Sheng. He was surprised to see such a person in the outer sect. The foundation of the Narcissus sacred ground was more powerful than he had imagined. After Huiyang was sent flying, he immediately calmed down and looked at Qin Yu eerily before he turned around and left. The Hu family's plot against Qin Yu had failed and they had lost 2 geniuses. Are you a new disciple this year? At that moment, the purple-robed elder looked at Qin Yu and asked. Yes, thank you for your help. Qin Yu nodded his head. Xiong Jian, who was laughing when he saw the Hu family suffer a great loss, became anxious when he heard the purple-robed elder's words. I have never accepted a disciple. Are you willing to be my disciple? Before Xiong Jian could speak, the purple-robed elder asked. Chapter 130. Senior, please forgive me. I can't take you as my master. Qin Yu declined politely. It seemed that he had gone too far today. Even the purple-robed elder, who might become a saint, wanted to take him as his disciple. Oh, why? Is there an elder of the sacred sect who wants to take you as his disciple? The purple-robed elder was slightly surprised as he looked at Xiong Jian, whose anxious expression had calmed down, and asked. It's not an elder of the sacred ground, but I already had a master before I came to the sacred ground. He's an array master. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said. He would definitely use the spiritual array that he had sealed in the spiritual array disk in front of others in the future. Since that was the case, he would take this opportunity to let others know that there was an array master behind him. This way, if there were any high-level arrays on him in the future, and if the water fairy sacred ground found out that he had killed a martial ancestor in the past, there would be a reason. Hearing Qin Yu's words, the purple-robed elder's expression changed slightly, while Xiong Jian was startled. After all this time, Qin Yu already had a master. So, the high-level array diagram you used just now was given to you by your master? The purple-robed elder asked as he recalled the grade 8 array diagram that Qin Yu had taken out before. Yes. Qin Yu nodded his head. To be able to refine grade 8 array diagrams, one must at least be an array master. May I know your master's name? Who is he? The purple-robed elder asked with interest. My master's name is Tianhuang unaffiliated. As for his origin, I don't know. I was taken in as a disciple by my master when I was training outside and he taught me array patterns. Qin Yu spoke nonsense. Tianhuang unaffiliated? A rogue cultivator? The purple-robed elder and Xiong Jian both pondered. There were many powerful rogue cultivators on the continent. But they had never heard of a rogue cultivator becoming an array master. One must know that array, pill, and weapon refining were the same. To become a master, one needed not only amazing talent, but also powerful resources to nurture. It was also because of this that there were many top powerhouses among the rogue cultivators, but alchemy grandmasters, blacksmithing grandmasters, and array grandmasters had never appeared. Since you already have a master, this old man won't force you. However, in view of your current strength, you are no longer suitable to stay in the outer court. From today onwards, you are a core disciple. The purple-robed elder said. If Huiyang hadn't left, he would have vomited blood in anger. Not only did he fail to kill Qin Yu, but he also let Qin Yu become a core disciple. This way, they wouldn't be able to target Qin Yu so casually in the future. In the Water Fairy Holy Land, there were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. However, there were only a few thousand core disciples, and every one of them had outstanding aptitude. After all, regardless of whether it was the outer sect disciples or the core disciples of the Water Fairy Holy Land, there was an age limit. When an outer court disciple reaches a certain age, they will not be able to advance to Martial Saint. Although he would not be expelled from the Holy Land, he would lose the opportunity to become a core disciple. In the future, they could only become elders like Xiong Jian and Huiyang. Because of this, the core disciples were not as messy as the outer disciples. The supervision of the elders of the Holy Land on the core disciples was much more than the outer disciples. When the surrounding outer disciples heard this, they were all envious. After becoming a core disciple, the status and treatment would be completely different. Core disciple? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. If he could enter the Water Fairy Sacred Peak early, he could check on his mother's situation in advance. Elder Yu, after all, he has not truly advanced to Martial Saint, nor did he win the outer sect martial meet. If we let him become a core disciple, wouldn't it be unfair to the other outer sect disciples? When a martial ancestor elder saw this, he looked at Qin Yu and said, "Unfair? If the outer sect disciples have any objections, let them challenge the two martial saints. If they succeed, they can also become a core disciple." After the purple-robed elder finished speaking, he flew up into the sky and left. Even if they were both core martial ancestor elders, there were differences in strength. Elder Zheng, I didn't know that you had such a good relationship with the Hua family. Xiong Jian looked at the martial ancestor elder who spoke and said in a neutral tone. Qin Yu also looked at the elder. After becoming a core disciple, the last thing he wanted to see was the Hua family. The martial ancestor elder snorted and ignored Xiong Jian as he turned and left. Do you need to go back and prepare? If not, I'll bring you to the core disciple area now. Seeing that Elder Zheng had left, Xiong Jian turned his head and said to Qin Yu. Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder. Qin Yu had just entered the Holy Land and naturally had nothing to pack. He followed Xiong Jian to the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After arriving at the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, Xiong Jian finished registering Qin Yu and brought Qin Yu to test his martial vein aptitude. The result of the test was a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Although the red rank dragon vein was the lowest bloodline, it was still an authentic dragon vein. It was not strange for it to be comparable to a rank 7 innate spiritual vein. Qin Yu, the array Dao is just an unorthodox Dao. Martial cultivation is the most important thing. Have you ever thought of becoming a disciple of a martial Dao expert? This made Xiong Jian even more tempted as he tried to persuade Qin Yu. A rank 7 innate spiritual vein was already considered a top genius in the Holy Land apart from a few monsters. But unfortunately, Qin Yu firmly rejected him. After becoming a core disciple, Qin Yu was able to stay in a pavilion alone. When Qin Yu stepped into the pavilion, the spirit gathering array in the pavilion automatically activated and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. The density of the spiritual qi was more than 20 times. However, Qin Yu did not cultivate. He left the pavilion and walked around, sensing the situation on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. The core disciples lived in the bottom level of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. The central region was where the saints and martial ancestor elders lived. The peak of Water Fairy Sanctuary was where the martial sages of Water Fairy Sanctuary resided. The chilling labyrinth where Qin Yu's mother was imprisoned was at the peak of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After carefully sensing the forbidden areas on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, Qin Yu returned to the pavilion to cultivate. A month later, Qin Yu's cultivation broke through again and reached the rank 6 martial royal realm. The next day, late at night, a blurry shadow blended into the darkness of the night and flashed past without a sound. Soon, the black shadow avoided the forbidden areas and entered the central region of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. Isn't it a little too hasty to go check the situation now? The dragon soul in the Dragon God Ancient Seal said. The Skeleton Ghost King's contract soul seal had not been destroyed and the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's corpse chi had not been dissolved. If Qin Yu were to take action at this moment, if he were to be exposed, then it would be very troublesome. Don't worry, with the sky evading thief technique, no one will recognize me even if I'm detected. The sky evading thief technique was created by the strongest thief saint in the Qingyun domain. Although the thief sage was only at the Wu Sheng realm, he had stolen from all the forces in the entire heaven domain. Whether it was the Emperor realm experts or the ancient clans and sects from the ancient times. As long as he had his eyes on a treasure, there was nothing he could not steal. The only time the thief sage failed was at the hands of Qin Yu. In order to survive, the thief sage handed over the sky-evading thief technique. The reason why Qin Yu waited for an entire month was because he wanted to grasp this secret technique. Chapter 131. If we alert the enemy, we will lose more than we gain. With the power of the heaven-evading thief technique, he could indeed avoid the detection of martial artists and the restriction on the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. However, Qin Yu was only at the 6th martial royal realm and did not have the ability to bring his mother away safely. Since that was the case, the dragon soul did not think that there was a need to rush. Of course, Qin Yu also knows that it is impossible for him to leave with his mother now. However, he had to make sure that his mother was not in danger. Not long after entering the middle section of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, an invisible restriction appeared in front of Qin Yu. This restriction covered the entire central region, isolating the lower regions. Qin Yu quietly approached the restriction. As the blurry black light on his body surged, he directly passed through the restriction like a spirit. He did not trigger the restriction at all. This was the power of the heaven-evading thief technique. Although it could not increase one's battle strength, it could treat the restriction as nothing. The thief saint of the sky region had used this secret technique to steal from all the forces of the sky region. Not long after, Qin Yu avoided the restriction in the middle section and the martial grandmasters that appeared and arrived at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was also a restriction light circle that separated the top of the mountain from the middle section. Qin Yu used the same trick again. After passing through the restriction light circle, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the top of the Water Fairy Sacred Peak, there were 3 terrifying auras that alternated and covered the entire peak. It was a detection array set up by the 3 Wu Sheng realm experts. Other than the 3 Wu Sheng realm experts, Qin Yu also sensed that there were many Wu Sheng experts hiding in the dark. With so many Wu Sheng realm experts, if his whereabouts were exposed, he would be in big trouble. However, since he was already here, Qin Yu could not just leave. According to the memory of the elder of the Water Fairy Sacred Ground, the serene cold secret palace was located behind the Water Fairy Sacred Peak. After entering the sensing range of the 3 Wu Sheng, Qin Yu silently approached the dark cold secret palace. About 7 minutes later, Qin Yu appeared on the water-immortal sacred peak, in front of an ancient ice cave. A bone-chilling chill emanated from the ancient ice cave. Qin Yu glanced at the ancient icy cave. There were layers upon layers of barriers, and he immediately passed through them. Perhaps it was because of those terrifying barriers, but there was not a single guard in this ice cave. After passing through the ice cave, Qin Yu's vision suddenly opened up. A huge world of ice appeared in front of him. As far as the eye could see, the flowers, plants, and trees were all frozen. Even the spiritual energy was frozen. In the center of the world of ice and snow, there was an ice palace that stood all by itself. That ice palace was the serene cold secret palace. With a flash of black light, Qin Yu crossed the void and sneaked into the serene cold secret palace. An astonishing chill surged over, and even the power of his dragon blood was faintly frozen. Ice vein. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. No wonder the chill in the serene cold secret palace was so shocking. It turned out that there was a serene sky ice vein under the serene cold secret palace. With the chill of the serene sky ice vein, even a martial ancestor would find it difficult to resist it with true yuan. When refining the natural spirit crystal of water and gathering the qi of the cold vein, one could not use true yuan to resist the chill. Otherwise, it would affect the quality of the natural spirit crystal of water. One could imagine how much pain one would have to endure if they were trapped in such an environment for a long time. After sneaking into the serene cold secret palace, Qin Yu's body stiffened and his gaze froze. In the depths of the serene cold secret palace, there was a huge empty space. The empty space was filled with ice seals that covered the entire space. Wisps of chill visible to the naked eye flowed out from the serene sky ice vein and gathered in the center of the empty space along with the ice seals. In the center of the empty space, there was a slender figure in a white dress sitting cross-legged quietly. A thick layer of ice had already formed on her body, covering her entire body. Ka. Although her entire body was frozen, her hands were still forming hand seals with the sound of ice cubes colliding with each other. The serene sky ice vein that gathered around her flowed into her body along with the changes of her hand seals. The serene sky ice vein then flowed out along the hand seals and turned into wisps of crystal clear blue light. As more and more of the blue light gathered, it would condense into a drop of pure water that dripped into the jade bottle. Within the pervading cold air, a gentle and beautiful face appeared before Qin Yu's eyes. Mother, looking at the gentle face that seemed to have appeared in his dreams, Qin Yu's heart trembled and his lips moved. The dragon's soul instantly sensed that Qin Yu had lost control of his emotions and immediately sealed Qin Yu's voice. With the senses of a group of Wu Sheng, any slight change in emotions could be sensed. Qin Yu immediately regained his senses and calmed down. But when Qin Yu observed his mother's situation, his eyes turned bloodshot. Her life force is constantly being consumed. The dragon soul was also stunned when it saw Qin Yu's mother. Qin Yu's mother's face was pale and her qi and blood were extremely weak. More importantly, the life force in his mother's body was gradually fading away. Although the speed of fading was slow, it did not stop. After sensing it carefully, the dragon soul understood. She was using her life force to make up for the power of the holy bloodline and maintain the state of refining the natural spiritual crystal of water. This method was equivalent to refining the natural spiritual crystal of water with her life force. Qin Yu's eyes were bloodshot and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, his fingers were directly broken. It will take another 2 months to refine the new natural spiritual crystal of water. Now, hearing the faint voice, Shen Wanhui slowly raised her head. But when her dim eyes met Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes, she was immediately stunned. Although Qin Yu's face was covered by the black light, she couldn't see his face. But when she saw Qin Yu's eyes, the feeling of blood being thicker than water made Shen Wanhui's heart tremble. She couldn't help but want to stand up. Fart. Shen Wanhui, who had been overdrawing her life force, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu had a very anxious expression. Just as he was about to rush over, a substantial perceptive power rapidly attacked him. Not good. Run. The dragon soul's eyes changed and it hurriedly warned Qin Yu. Looking at his mother, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to crawl towards him, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Pa. When he exited the serene cold secret palace, Qin Yu patted a certain icicle. An extremely faint imprint disappeared into the icicle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost as soon as Qin Yu left the ice cave, 3 figures appeared in front of the serene chill secret palace as if they had teleported. A terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth instantly covered the entire world of ice. Outside. In the next moment, the 3 of them instantly sensed something. One of them entered the serene chill secret palace and the other 2 chased after him. Who's here? Wu Sheng entered the palace and looked at Shen Wanhui, who had fallen to the ground and spat out blood. Then, he looked at the blue liquid in the jade bottle and frowned. But Shen Wanhui didn't seem to hear him. Her dim eyes stared blankly at the place where Qin Yu had disappeared. A thought lingered in her mind. That was, P.S. Qin Yu's soul reincarnated, not reincarnated. Chapter 132. Let me ask you, who has been here? Seeing Shen Wanhui staring at the entrance of the serene ice secret palace, Wu Sheng's eyes turned cold. Shen Wanhui was immediately enveloped by an invisible force and lifted up by her neck. I don't know. Shen Wanhui came back to her senses and the excitement in her eyes disappeared. You don't know? If you don't know, why would you be so excited that you spilled the heavenly cold liquid on the ground? The cold light in the martial sage's eyes grew even more intense. The invisible force grew even stronger, shaking the void. Shen Wanhui's face turned paler and paler, but she said nothing. Humph. Wu Sheng snorted and waved his right hand, throwing Shen Wanhui to the center of the palace where the heavenly cold liquid gathered. Fart. Shen Wanhui fell heavily and her body shook violently. She spat out another mouthful of blood. Continue to refine the innate spiritual crystal of water. Hand it in 2 months. Wu Sheng said coldly. You should know that the heavenly cold liquid can't be used anymore after coming into contact with the air. This time, it has to be delayed for 2 months. Shen Wanhui struggled to get up and said calmly. That's your business. The innate spiritual crystal of water can't be delayed. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to collect the corpses of your unfilial son. Wu Sheng said coldly and interrupted Shen Wanhui. If you dare to touch them, I won't let you go. Shen Wanhui abruptly raised her head. Her originally indifferent and weak gaze became extremely sharp. 2 months later, if I don't see the new innate spiritual crystal of water, you will see their corpses. Wu Sheng said coldly and disappeared from the serene ice secret palace. Tian Feng. Xiao Yu. In the cold palace, Shen Wanhui slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she murmured softly and 2 lines of tears flowed down, but they froze immediately. Who is it? At this moment, Wu Sheng appeared at the entrance of the ancient ice cave and looked at the restrictions carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. These barriers and restrictions showed no signs of being broken or triggered. If it wasn't for the fact that they had indeed sensed a foreign aura, they would definitely have been killed. Just looking at these barriers and restrictions, it was hard to believe that someone had snuck into the serene cold secret palace. Great Elder. A middle-aged man came over in a flash. He was one of the Wu Sheng that had gone out to track them. Did he escape? Seeing the ugly expression on the middle-aged Wu Sheng's face, the Sacred Land's first elder's eyes darkened. We chased them all the way to the area where the saints live, but we couldn't find any traces of them. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said awkwardly. The saints' region? The first elder of the Holy Land frowned as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The holy sons of the Holy Lands were all carefully selected by us. There shouldn't be any problems with their backgrounds. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said immediately. To be able to pass through so many barriers of the serene cold secret palace and escape from you, that person's cultivation is probably not far from the saint realm. The first elder of the Holy Land thought for a moment and said, were there any ripples of teleportation arrays? No. If they left using teleportation arrays, we would have found them long ago. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, shook his head. When they discovered that someone had entered the serene cold secret palace, they immediately sealed off the entire Holy Land. Whether it was teleportation arrays or any other method of leaving, it was impossible to avoid them. That means that person should still be in the Holy Land. Send down the order to investigate the Holy Land. Don't let go of any clues. The first elder of the Holy Land ordered coldly. Yes. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, answered the order and prepared to leave, but the first elder stopped him. Have you found any news about that father and son? The first elder of the Holy Land asked. Ever since we surrounded the Han province 5 years ago, the father and son have completely disappeared. I suspect that they might have left the 5 provinces. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said. Left the 5 provinces? That's going to be hard to find. The first elder of the Holy Land frowned again. The Heavenly Dragon continent had 5 major provinces, and each of them was occupied by the 5 Holy Lands. However, that didn't mean that the continent only had 5 major provinces. In the north of the continent, there was the 10,000 Beast Sea, where thousands of beasts gathered. In the south of the continent, there was the land of witchcraft and demons. In the far west of the continent, there was the barbaric mountains of the ancient barbarians. Although the 5 Holy Lands occupied the 5 major provinces that were rich in cultivation resources, they didn't rule the entire continent. However, to martial artists, the 5 Holy Lands were equivalent to the 5 overlords of the continent. After all, whether it was the 10,000 Beast Sea, the land of witchcraft and demons, or the barbaric mountains, humans couldn't set foot in any of them. Once they crossed the border, they would die. Even Wu Sheng couldn't easily go there. First Elder, is there a problem with the extraction of the carnate 5 elemental crystal? The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, asked. Didn't you notice that the extraction of the carnate spirit crystal of water is getting slower and slower? The first elder of the Holy Land said. The power of Shun Wanhue's saint bloodline has been completely depleted. Now, she is relying on her life force to replenish the power of the saint bloodline. It's normal for the extraction of the carnate spirit crystal to be slower. If the extraction of the carnate spirit crystal of water is too fast, her foundation will be destroyed. Then, she won't be able to extract the carnate spirit crystal of water in the future. Wouldn't that be a loss? The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, said. It doesn't matter. Her potential has been depleted. Even if she slows down the extraction of the carnate spirit crystal of water, she will die in 2 years. However, this year is very important for the Holy Lord. She must have enough carnate spirit crystal of water. The first elder of the Holy Land said indifferently, pass down the order. No matter what, we have to find the father and son. Only when we capture them will she extract the carnate spirit crystal of water. Yes. The middle-aged man, Wu Sheng, turned and left. Let me see who it is that dares to infiltrate my water-immortal Holy Land. The first elder of the Holy Land looked at the chaotic water fairy sacred peak and disappeared in a flash. At the bottom of the water fairy sacred peak, where the core disciples lived. After sneaking back, Qin Yu immediately removed the sky-evading thief art. His body emitted a black light and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Qin Yu, who was meditating quietly, the dragon soul was a little worried. Although Qin Yu's expression was extremely calm, the dragon soul was able to sense it. Qin Yu suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Even in his previous life, when he was betrayed by Star Luo and attacked by the 12 ancient emperors, he didn't have such strong killing intent. Even the dragon soul felt a chill down its spine when it sensed the terrifying killing intent under the calmness. At this moment, Qin Yu formed hand seals and entered a state of cultivation. However, the scene of his mother being imprisoned in the cold palace and vomiting blood was still in his mind. Slap. After a quarter of an hour, an extremely loud sound of a slap was heard. It was Qin Yu who had slapped himself. His eyes were bloodshot and he was gasping for breath. Chapter 133. After half an hour, Qin Yu's bloodshot eyes slowly disappeared and his breathing calmed down. Seeing that Qin Yu had calmed down, the dragon soul heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Qin Yu's state of mind had completely exploded. The dragon soul was worried that Qin Yu would develop a heart demon. Dragon soul, from today onwards, you will destroy the skeleton ghost king's contract soul seal. After sitting for a while, Qin Yu calmed down and said to the dragon soul. In the past, as the dragon soul's strength had not recovered, destroying the contract soul seal would consume the dragon soul's origin dragon chi. Therefore, Qin Yu had never asked the dragon soul to do anything. But now, he had to destroy the contract soul seal and purify the 9 abyss hell dragon's corpse chi in the shortest time possible. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dragon soul nodded solemnly. At this moment, consuming the origin dragon chi was nothing. The dragon soul knew that if Qin Yu was stronger, he would not have escaped in the serene chill secret palace. Although Qin Yu had calmed down, he was only suppressing it and could go berserk at any time. Therefore, even if it had to pay a price, the dragon soul had to destroy the contract soul seal as quickly as possible. Qin Yu took out thousands of spiritual materials and started to refine a spiritual pill that could purify the 9 abyss hell dragon's corpse chi. Although he still lacked a few core spiritual materials, it would not be difficult to gather them with the Narcissus Sacred Grounds Foundation. Once he gathered those core spiritual materials, he would be able to create spiritual pills and spiritual liquids to purify the corpse chi. All core disciples, gather here. After a short while, a powerful pressure covered the entire core disciple area. Qin Yu waved his hand and kept all the spiritual materials in front of him before leaving the pavilion. At this moment, all the core disciples had gathered in the core disciple square. Around the square, there were figures with powerful auras. They were all at least in the martial ancestor realm. The 5 people in the lead were all in the Wusheng realm. The gathered core disciples were all shocked. Although there were many Wusheng realm experts in the Narcissus Sacred Land, they had always been in Shenron. He didn't expect to see 5 of them at once. He didn't know what had happened for the Holy Land to treat him so seriously. Starting from you, one by one. The 5 Wushengs took out a water blue mirror that was about 10 feet high. He ordered all the core disciples to stand in front of the blue mirror. Qin Yu took a glance at the water blue light mirror and came to an understanding. That blue light mirror had the power of destruction and could see through disguises. It seemed that the water fairy Holy Land was preparing to interrogate the disciples one by one. Fortunately, Qin Yu hadn't used a secret technique to disguise himself and come to the Holy Land. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get through this. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Yu stepped forward. As the blue light shone on him, he easily passed the test. With his cultivation of the martial royal realm, no one would suspect him. The core disciples are all fine. Looks like he's really hiding among the outer disciples. There are tens of thousands of outer disciples and it's very chaotic. It's quite suitable for hiding. Let's go. The Grand Elder has ordered that we must find him tonight. The 5 Wushengs looked at each other and asked the core disciples to return. They then started to talk among themselves. Qin Yu looked at the core disciples who were still talking among themselves and returned to the pavilion. The next day, Qin Yu left the pavilion and headed to the Shengling Pavilion in the core area. The commotion from the Water Fairy Holy Land last night was still spreading among the disciples. Not to mention the core disciples, even the core elders didn't know what had happened. They only knew that many Wusheng realm experts had sealed off the entire sacred land last night. Until now, the seal had not been lifted and no one was allowed to leave the sacred land. Apart from the corpse spiritual grass, there are also demonic parasite flowers, red flame crystals, and dark nether silk. The deacon of the Shengling Pavilion took out all the precious spiritual materials. There's no corpse spiritual grass. The corpse spiritual grass grew in places with thick corpse miasma. It was much more common than the demonic parasite flowers and dark nether silk. There was indeed a batch of corpse spiritual grass sent to the sacred land, but it was taken away by the alchemists. The deacon of the Sacred Medicine Pavilion said, "Where else can I find the corpse spiritual grass besides the Sacred Medicine Pavilion?" There was only one spiritual material that Qin Yu couldn't let go of. I remember that a few days ago, the sacred land issued a mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass in the mission hall. I'm not sure if the mission has ended yet. You can go and check it out, the elder of the Sacred Medicine Pavilion said after thinking for a while. Qin Yu quickly left the Sacred Medicine Pavilion and headed to the mission hall in the core disciple area. In order to train the strength of the disciples, the Water Fairy Holy Land would issue various missions with generous rewards. Therefore, the mission hall was the most popular place in the core disciple area. Sky Corpse Valley, collect the corpse spiritual grass. After arriving at the mission hall, Qin Yu quickly found the mission to collect the corpse spiritual grass. The Sky Corpse Valley was located in the south of the Water Fairy Holy Land, at the border between the two empires. This was because the two empires had once fought a war at the Sky Corpse Valley. Therefore, countless corpses were abandoned in the Sky Corpse Valley. Over time, the Sky Corpse Valley became a famous place for mass graves. The corpse miasma was extremely thick and the corpse spiritual grass was naturally born there. Of course, since the Water Fairy Holy Land had issued this mission. This meant that the Sky Corpse Valley wasn't a safe place. Even a core disciple of the martial honored realm could be killed if he wasn't careful. Qin Yu accepted the mission. However, the Water Fairy Holy Land was currently on lockdown and none of the disciples were allowed to leave the sage sect. After Qin Yu registered, he didn't rush to leave the Water Fairy Holy Land. Instead, he returned to his loft and cultivated quietly. 1.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether it was day or night, he was racing against time in his cultivation. Qin Yu's cultivation had broken through again and reached the rank 7 martial royal realm. Although he was in such a situation, Qin Yu still didn't use any elixirs to increase his cultivation. There was a huge gap between him and the Water Fairy Holy Land and it wasn't something that could be made up for by relying on elixirs. There was no need to use elixirs to destroy his foundation. The loss outweighed the gain. In the past 1.5 months, the Skeleton Ghost King's soul contract seal had been destroyed by the Dragon Soul's origin Dragon Chi and only 1/3 of it was left. At this rate, the Dragon Soul would be able to completely destroy the soul contract seal in another 1 or 2 months. At this moment, in a magnificent palace at the peak of the Water Fairy Holy Mountain. It's been so long and you still haven't found the thief who snuck into the Holy Land? The first elder of the Holy Land asked with a gloomy face. They were the Water Fairy Holy Land, one of the 5 overlords of the continent. Not only had someone snuck into the core of the Holy Land, the serene cold secret palace, but they still hadn't found the culprit. This was a great humiliation. Wu Sheng was cautious in the palace. He couldn't afford to offend the furious First Elder. Pass down the order. The martial law of the Holy Land has been lifted. Everyone can enter and leave the Holy Land freely. When the First Elder saw this, his face became even more gloomy. After a long while, he ordered. Since they couldn't find the culprit, they could only cast the net and let the culprit jump out. Chapter 134. It's been more than half a month. The seal on the sacred ground has finally been lifted. Yeah, we can go out and complete the mission and get the reward. I wonder what happened. The sacred ground actually sent such a big force. Who knows? But since even Wu Sheng from the sacred ground is here, it must be something big. Could it be that someone is attacking the sacred ground? You're quite imaginative. Ha ha, as the seal was lifted, the disciples from the Narcissus sacred ground who had accepted the mission were teleported out of the sacred ground. Qin Yu did not hesitate as he left the Narcissus sacred ground and teleported to the Sky Corpse Canyon. With so many core disciples leaving the sacred ground, no one would pay attention to him. Following me? However, not long after flying out of the main city under the direct jurisdiction of the Narcissus sacred ground, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. The aura is somewhat familiar. It should be someone from the Hua family. The Dragon Soul carefully sensed and said, "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The murderous intent in his heart had nowhere to be released. Since the Hua family was so impatient to die, he naturally would not be lenient. Now that we've left the sacred ground, when should we take action? Behind Qin Yu, there were over a dozen figures following him the entire way. Hua Yang, whose face was filled with murderous intent, asked impatiently, "Who said we're going to attack him?" The red-haired elder who led Hua Yang and the others said lightly, "Third elder, you brought us to follow that little bastard. Isn't it to avenge Luo Yuan and the others?" When Hua Yang heard this, his face turned sinister and gloomy as he looked at the red-haired elder in confusion. The red-haired elder was the third elder of the Hua family. Regardless of cultivation or status, He was higher than Huayang. This time, following him was arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground. We only need to follow him from afar. As for revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The red-haired elder warned. Arranged by the great elder of the sacred ground? Could it be related to the martial law in the sacred ground? Third elder, what happened in the sacred ground? The martial grandmasters of the Hua family asked curiously. Huayang also pricked up his ears. Although they were both martial ancestor realm cultivators, their statuses were not equal. The red-haired old man had already faintly touched Wu Sheng's realm. If nothing went wrong, it would only be a matter of time before he became a Wu Sheng Hall expert. The difference between Wu Sheng and Wu Zong was like heaven and earth. I can tell you, but this matter concerns the reputation of the Holy Lands. It cannot be spread. The red-haired old man thought for a moment and said with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Huayang and the others couldn't help but turn serious and nod their heads. Half a month ago, someone managed to avoid the detection of the elders of the Holy Land and infiltrated the Saint Peak. The Holy Land's Wu Sheng and the other elders have been searching for the intruder, but they have not been able to find him. The red-haired old man said in a low voice. Huayang and the others turned pale with fright when they heard this. They knew that something big might have happened to the Holy Land this time. However, he did not expect that someone would sneak into the Saint Peak. So, that person is also a Wu Sheng expert. Huayang reacted. As soon as these words came out, other than the old man, everyone's expression changed drastically. Although their cultivation was not weak, if they encountered a Wu Sheng expert, they would not even know how they died. Don't worry, those who are slightly suspicious are all personally handled by the Holy Land's Wu Sheng Hall elders. The disciples we are following can't be the intruder. The red-haired old man said. Since it can't be the intruder, why are we still following them? Huayang and the others let out a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully. The great elder suspects that the intruder was able to successfully sneak into the Saint Peak because there was a spy who leaked the situation. Just in case, he asked us to follow all the disciples who left the Holy Land. The red-haired old man explained. So, if there is something wrong with that kid, we can immediately take action. A cold light flashed in Huayang's eyes. Although we have to bring him back alive to report, we can still break his hands and feet and cripple his cultivation. Several outstanding geniuses of the Hua clan had been killed by Qin Yu. The red-haired old man naturally wanted to get rid of Qin Yu as soon as possible. That was the reason why he took the initiative to propose to follow Qin Yu. However, he knew the great elder of the Holy Land's character. No matter what, the mission came first. Sucking up to the great elder of the Holy Land would greatly benefit the Hua clan's status in the sage sect. However, the crimson-haired old man did not know that his selfish decision was actually a stroke of luck. At this time, although Qin Yu discovered that the Hua clan was following him, he did not stop. He did not stop and continued to fly through the air, rushing to the Sky Corpse Canyon. The Hua clan was puzzled by his strange behavior of flying without the use of the teleportation formation. However, they could not see anything unusual about Qin Yu, so they could only follow him all the way. Whoosh! 3 days later, when Qin Yu entered the territory of the Super Dynasty, he flew down and entered a mountain range. Soon, an extremely thick white fog emerged from the forest and quickly covered the entire mountain range. That kid's aura disappeared. Huayang, who had been using his soul power to sense Qin Yu, suddenly became excited. Let's go. The red-haired old man waved his hand and the group immediately arrived at the mountain range where Qin Yu disappeared. That little bastard is indeed strange. Looking at the mountain range covered in white fog, Huayang grinned hideously. No matter what Qin Yu was doing in the mountain range, he would take this opportunity to kill Qin Yu. Catch him. The red-haired old man glanced at the mountain range covered in fog and ordered coldly. Immediately, Huayang and the others rushed into the mountain range. Let's split up and search. After entering the mountain range, Huayang and the others immediately dispersed all the fog. Whoosh! However, not long after they separated, Huayang's ears twitched and he quickly chased towards a certain place in the mountain range. When he arrived, there was only a pool of blood on the ground. Other than that, There were no signs of battle. A seal. Hua Yang immediately released his soul power, but he found that his soul power was strongly suppressed and he could not sense it at all. There's something strange here. Everyone, retreat immediately, Hua Yang shouted, but the surroundings were dead silent. No one replied to him. Hua Yang felt that something was wrong. He did not care about the others and immediately planned to fly out. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a sharp sound pierced through the air and entered Hua Yang's ears. Die. Hua Yang immediately sensed it and a cold killing intent exploded in his eyes. The golden aura suddenly rose and condensed into a giant golden beast. It carried a violent aura and fiercely charged out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The giant golden beast missed. A figure appeared behind Hua Yang as fast as a ghost. It really is you, Temph. Let's see who can save you this time. Seeing Qin use unique 7 true dragon flashes, Hua Yang laughed maniacally. He instantly turned around and condensed the golden aura into his fists. He then fiercely punched towards Qin Yu, who was thrusting his spear at him. Boom! Boom! The golden aura on Hua Yang's fists exploded like a flood. The surrounding 100 feet was instantly covered by the golden aura. Chapter 135. Kaboom! The golden fist aura wreaked havoc. Everywhere it passed, all the ancient trees and boulders were pulverized into dust. Amongst the 5 elements, the metal elemental Tao was the sharpest. Since Hua Yang's golden force was formed from the metal elemental Tao, its power was naturally terrifying. No matter how many arrays you have, you won't be able to escape this time. Hua Yang's smile became even more terrifying. Although he didn't use his full strength, his power was enough to kill a normal martial ancestor. Even if Qin Yu had any life-saving measures, he would at least be severely injured. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound was heard. A figure charged out from the golden fist aura that was wreaking havoc like a flood. It was Qin Yu, who was holding a spear. He was filled with killing intent as he slashed the golden force apart. How is this possible? Hua Yang's eyes popped out in disbelief. Qin Yu wasn't severely injured after taking his attack head-on. Instead, he seemed to be unharmed. Sky punishment array. Lightning spear explosion. Qin Yu, who was surrounded by killing intent, pierced through the air with the hell-suppressing divine spear in his hand. Shocking killing intent swept through the air. The violent aura exploded from the tip of the hell-suppressing divine spear like a thunderclap. At this moment, Hua Yang felt like he was being attacked by a terrifying demon king from hell. Its power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Die. Following a deafening explosion, Hua Yang was instantly covered by the destructive attack of the hell-suppressing divine spear. When the destructive killing intent dissipated, Hua Yang's body was nowhere to be seen. Even though Hua Yang's golden force had reached 70%, it couldn't block the killing intent of the sky punishment array. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying gust of wind descended from the sky. Wherever the hurricane passed, with Qin Yu as the center, the dense fog within a circumference of several thousand feet was completely dispersed. Even the array that Qin Yu had set up in the mountains was destroyed by the gust of wind. Qin Yu slightly raised his head. With his spear in hand, he looked at the red-haired old man in midair with an indifferent and cold gaze. Where is the Hua family? That crimson-haired old man's sharp gaze swept past Qin Yu's surroundings and the messy ancient forest. His expression suddenly sunk. The 4 martial ancestors of the Hua family around the red-haired elder did not hide the cold killing intent in their eyes. Since they couldn't see Hua Yang and the others, they knew what had happened to them. However, they could not understand how Qin Yu, who was merely a martial emperor, was able to achieve this in such a short period of time. 8 martial ancestor realm experts had been killed so cleanly without them noticing at all. Since you want to see them, I'll send you there now. Condensing his battle dragon true essence, Qin Yu soars into the sky and rushes toward the red-haired old man like a bolt of lightning. Die. On the 4 martial grandmasters of the Hua family, a violent force of the heavens and earth erupted, sweeping the wind and clouds. Cripple him. The red-haired old man's eyes turned completely cold as he coldly ordered. Boom. Immediately, the 4 martial grandmasters, who could no longer hold themselves back, attacked Qin Yu together. The four destructive energies of the heaven and earth weaved together, leaving Qin Yu with no place to escape. Just in time. Seeing the four of them attacking him together, Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Qin Yu moved his right hand and the hell-suppressing divine spear soared into the sky. Rumble. Immediately, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the area. It was as if the god of death had arrived. The force of heaven and earth that the four martial ancestors had displayed immediately collapsed. Even Hua Yang, whose force of heaven and earth had reached 70%, was killed. Moreover, the four of them only had force of heaven and earth at the third or fourth level. Not good. The red-haired elder sensed that something was wrong and his face changed. However, just as he was about to save them, the four martial ancestor realm martial artists had already been completely annihilated by the surging killing intent. The force of heaven and earth. No, it has not reached the true state. The red-haired elder stared at Qin Yu in shock when he sensed the terrifying killing intent in the destructive killing intent. Even if it was not the true state, it was enough to shock the red-haired elder. The state of heaven and earth was an extraordinary skill that only Wu Sheng could comprehend. The martial ancestor realm comprehended the force of heaven and earth. When one comprehended it thoroughly and reached the complete realm, one could use the force of heaven and earth. The force of heaven and earth and the state of heaven and earth were two completely different powers. For example, one was a rusty iron and the other was a divine weapon that could cut iron like mud. The reason why Qin Yu's killing formation could kill martial ancestors so easily was because of the force of heaven. The killing intent in the killing formation was the true power of the state. However, Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak and he could not fully unleash the true power of the heaven-destroying killing intent. Otherwise, he would not have been afraid of Wu Sheng. What treasure is it that is so powerful? The red-haired elder was heartbroken that the Hua family had lost more than 10 martial ancestors. However, when he thought of the treasure that Qin Yu had, the red-haired elder's eyes were filled with greed. It could allow a martial emperor to unleash power that could easily kill a martial ancestor. If he could get his hands on it, when he entered the Wu Sheng realm in the future, he would be able to become one of the top Wu Sheng realm experts in the Holy Land. I only wanted to cripple you, but now, you have to die. The red-haired elder's face was ferocious. If he brought Qin Yu back to the Holy Land, the Grand Elder would definitely search his soul and he would not be able to keep the treasure. Therefore, Qin Yu had to die here. This was the only way that the treasure on him would not be revealed. Then let's see who will die. Qin Yu laughed coldly. Even if the red-haired elder did not want to kill him and steal the treasure, Qin Yu would kill him to silence him. The existence of the killing formation could not be exposed to the water fairy Holy Land. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Qin Yu charged out again, the hell-suppressing divine spear surging with killing intent. Heavenly sealing force. The red-haired elder's face was filled with ferocious killing intent as an ancient plate appeared in his hand. The ancient plate vibrated slightly and a mysterious force of heaven and earth spread out in all directions like a tide. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned into water and one could clearly see ripples on it. Tao of sealing. Sensing that his body and soul had been sealed, Qin Yu was slightly astonished. He did not expect the red-haired elder to be able to comprehend such a rare Tao of sealing. Hand over the treasure obediently. Seeing that Qin Yu was sealed in the void, the red-haired elder's figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu, reaching out to grab Qin Yu. Roar. But at this moment, a deafening dragon roar was heard. Poof! Qin Yu, who seemed to be sealed, suddenly went berserk with the azure dragon battling the heavens revolving around him. The hell-suppressing divine spear carried an unstoppable force as it ruthlessly shattered the true Yuan on the red-haired elder's body and pierced through his heart. How? The red-haired elder's body trembled violently as his outstretched hand froze in mid-air. He looked at the hell-suppressing divine spear that pierced through his heart in disbelief. The heavenly sealing force that he comprehended directly sealed the soul and physical body of a person. Even someone like Wu Sheng, who had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, would not be able to escape if he was completely sealed. Qin Yu was not affected by the heavenly sealing force at all. Chapter 136. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, his opponent just so happened to be Qin Yu. The ancient dragon seal in Qin Yu's soul gave him an innate immunity to sealing-type pressure. Back in Dragon Spirit City, when Qin Yu was in the true martial realm, the ancient dragon seal allowed him to ignore Jiyu Yuan's martial honorable realm pressure. The heavenly seal that the red-haired old man had comprehended was useless against Qin Yu unless he entered the intent realm. Whoosh! Qin Yu's eyes flashed and a black light entered the red-haired old man's forehead. Before the old man died, his soul was extracted. Soon, Qin Yu obtained the red-haired old man's memories. After knowing that the upper echelon of the water fairy sacred ground, Wu Sheng, did not suspect his identity, Qin Yu was relieved. This way, he would have enough time to purify the corpse poison of the Nine-Abyss Hell Dragon. After destroying the red-haired old man's corpse, Qin Yu immediately flew away. A day later, Qin Yu arrived at the Heavenly Corpse Canyon. Even from afar, he could sense a towering corpse aura in the distance. Whoosh! Qin Yu had just entered the Heavenly Corpse Canyon that was filled with white bones and corpse miasma. A black shadow appeared without any warning and pounced at him. Boom! Qin Yu casually threw out a fist of light. That incoming black silhouette was directly blown apart. It was a corpse demon. Before a corpse completely rotted, it would become a corpse demon if it was shrouded in corpse miasma for a long time. The strength of a corpse demon varied according to the time it was formed. The corpse demon just now was only in the martial king realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yu spread out his perception and headed to the Heavenly Corpse Canyon where the corpse miasma was the thickest. The thicker the corpse miasma was, the stronger the corpse fiend that was born would be. Qin Yu did not have time to waste on the corpse demon and directly killed it with the heaven-punishing killing intent. Found it. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In the depths of the Heavenly Corpse Canyon, in a corner where the corpse miasma was as thick as fog, there was a small white blade of grass. At first glance, the corpse spirit grass looked like a piece of white bone stuck in the ground. In this Heavenly Corpse Canyon that was filled with corpses, if one didn't look carefully, they would really miss it. After putting away the corpse spirit grass, Qin Yu didn't leave and continued his search. 90% of the Nine Hells Hell Dragon's body had been zombified. A spirit pill refined from a corpse spirit grass could not completely purify all of the corpse chi. 2 hours later, Qin Yu found a total of 10 corpse spirit grasses before leaving the Heavenly Corpse Canyon. Within a cave in the mountain range. Dragon Soul, how long will it take for the skeleton Ghost King's contracted soul seal to disappear? Qin Yu asked the Dragon Soul as he fused the corpse spirit grass with the several thousand spiritual materials that he had already refined. If I go all out, it probably won't even take a month. The Dragon Soul said. The faster, the better. Even though using his full strength would consume a large amount of the Dragon Soul's dragon chi, he was still able to do so. But now that he had gathered all the spiritual materials to dissolve the corpse chi, the Nine Hells Hell Dragon would be able to refine it. The Dragon Soul's draconic chi would be quickly replenished. Understood. The Dragon Soul nodded as its draconic chi poured into the skeleton Ghost King's body. 7 days later, Qin Yu finally succeeded in refining several hundred detoxification spiritual pills. After leaving the cave, Qin Yu's heart moved. Rumble. Immediately, the Nine Hells Hell Dragon appeared like a mountain, causing the earth to tremble. When the Nine Hells Hell Dragon appeared, a huge illusory array that covered the sky covered 1,000 miles, completely covering the Nine Hells Hell Dragon. Qin Yu lightly stepped on the Nine Hells Hell Dragon's back. Spirit pills mixed with spirit liquids of different colors were poured into the Nine Hells Hell Dragon's body. The Dragon Soul used its draconic chi to guide the energy of the spirit pills and spirit liquids to spread throughout the dragon's body. Sizzle. Sizzle. Soon, countless wisps of dark green corpse chi flowed out of the Nine Hells Hell Dragon's body. The corpse chi was so dense that it was like a dark green cloud. Qin Yu took a glance and then set up a fire incineration formation array in the air. The rolling flames burned, and the dark green corpse chi was burned to ashes as soon as it appeared. As the corpse chi continued to appear, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Nine Hells Hell Dragon's body, which was originally covered in corpse chi, was even faintly glowing. The 9 Serenities Hell Dragon's aura had also become significantly stronger. This was because the dragon blood in the 9 Hells Hell Dragon's body was gradually being purified. It looks like the Skeleton Ghost King's contract soul seal is going to be destroyed in advance. The dragon soul slightly sensed the corpse chi in the 9 Hells Hell Dragon's body. Qin Yu was not surprised. The 9 Hells Hell Dragon had been sealed by the 100 Ghost Soul Lock Array for dozens of years, and then it was invaded by the corpse chi. It was not easy to completely purify the corpse chi. Half a month to purify 1/3 of the corpse chi, and this was after he had been using a secret technique to help the spirit pills purify the corpse chi. Fortunately, the water fairy sacred land did not know his identity yet, so he had more than enough time. Roar. After more than 10 days, the dragon soul in the dragon god's ancient seal roared excitedly. Qin Yu's expression brightened, and he sank his consciousness into the dragon god's ancient seal. Sure enough, he found that the soul seal in the Skeleton Ghost King's body had been completely destroyed. Immediately, Qin Yu sent a soul seal into the Skeleton Ghost King's body. The ghost eye of extermination flashed, and the imprisoned Ghost King's soul returned to the Skeleton Ghost King's body. With the soul seal, the Ghost King's soul's hostility towards Qin Yu completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of connection. Dragon soul, look after the 9 Hells Hell Dragon. As Qin Yu spoke, he summoned the Skeleton Ghost King. The ghost eye of extermination had a majestic ghost chi that merged into the Skeleton Ghost King's body. Since the water fairy sacred land does not know your identity yet, there is no need to be so anxious. Let's increase the Skeleton Ghost King's strength now. The dragon soul saw through Qin Yu's intention. That's why I have a higher chance of success when they don't know. Qin Yu said. He refined spiritual materials that contained strong ghost chi and merged them into the Skeleton Ghost King's body along with the ghost chi of the ghost eye of extermination. Immediately, numerous mysterious ghostly runes appeared around the Skeleton Ghost King once more. The Skeleton Ghost King's aura immediately rose at a speed that could be clearly felt. While Qin Yu was purifying the 9 Hells Hell Dragon's corpse chi and increasing the Skeleton Ghost King's strength in this mountain range, the water fairy sacred land was holding a meeting. How is it? Did any of the disciples who left the sacred land show any abnormalities? The first elder of the sacred land sat on the main seat and asked Wu Sheng in a deep voice. According to the news from the core elders, none of the disciples who left the sacred land showed any abnormalities, but the middle-aged Wu Sheng stood up. But what? The first elder of the sacred land asked. The elders of the Hua clan still haven't sent back any news. The middle-aged Wu Sheng said. Go and sense the spirit stele immediately and find the location of their elder medallions. The first elder of the sacred land looked at the 2 Wu Sheng of the Hua clan with a sharp gaze and gave the order. The 2 Wu Sheng of the Hua clan's expressions immediately changed. Could this have something to do with the Hua clan?